It's kind of weird actually, because like tables are 7 wide. In terms of beams, we have 3, 5, 10, 12, and 15, I think. So we have mostly multiples of 3 and 5, but we have some things that are 7, we have some things that are 6. For example, the table saw is 6 long. But then if you take the input and the output, technically it's really 8 space that you want for the table saw. And you have no multiples of 4. So in terms of that, I find that the game is a little bit all over the place. It doesn't really commit to one preferred length. And that's hindering the design options you have a little bit. That's been a thing I've been struggling with a little bit. So I was saying I can get this table saw one closer then. And that's nice because it's symmetrical with what I've done elsewhere. Not entirely, but kinda. And then we could even elevate. Yep. And bring the logs over here to this table saw. And then we have solved the logs being brought to basically everybody. And we even have this space free, which, like, isn't important to keep free. And so that means we can have elevator down and like we bring the money over here. I think. That's why I would like the beams to be of adjustable length. Because, like, for example, the table saw doesn't really fit any beam or any combination of beam in terms of length. You can't have a beam that goes over the table saw lengthwise without overshooting. And that's frustrating. Is basically where it comes down to when I'm trying to design things and I'm like, oh, we could have a beam here. No, we can't. Okay, so, talking about beams and table saws, time to go over the table saws. But why didn't you place this one? Oop, I forgot one. Wait, this is 5 long. I can't just have a 5 beam here. That would look nice, actually. Yeah, why didn't I do that earlier? Oh well. Out of planks. Oh my. What do you mean it's empty? Oh, it's the back one? No, it's this one. Okay, so that's my logs coming up all the way. Very, very nice. So rotten logs is ready for whenever I need. Why did this come back? When? What? I thought I removed that. Or did I place it back? Oh well. I suppose I might have placed it again. Okay, so... Logs go there. Go to this table saw. Go to this table saw. Go up. This table saw. And this table saw gets served. Go up. These two get served. You go down the middle to these two. And we divert just a little bit over here to go up, and right here, rotten logs to this table saw, up there, and to that table saw. That's perfect. Next we need to go across and get the output of these table saws back in the sorters. And so... here we have two of them, with these two that can be 4. And so if we add this one, that's gonna be a 5. That's perfect, because that's the carrying capacity of the planks output. And this can handle 2 table saws output, I believe. Because, yeah, this is outputting 1 every 2 seconds. Oh, actually it could handle 4 table saws output. Yeah. Because my belt is 4 table saws fast. But once split, like, all the fungi are going to fit on a belt, and the planks are going to need 2 belts. So, like, these 2 belts can be for planks, that's fine. Which does mean... could I technically bring an elevator down? I think I could. I would obviously need to rework a little bit this structure, but I think I could have an elevator that takes the plank output from these, brings it down to merge it with this, and that would be my belt. Wait, no. That would be How many would that be? So that would be 4, 5, yeah. And if I bring this one up, it's gonna be this 4. Like, I can merge that however I need into this filter. And that's my 5. I think that works. Oh, I'd forgotten that I had this on the side. Well, I already did better, so we can remove that now. Okay, so we need to rework this structure. So this is what's bringing the mushrooms down. So this is an elevator down, and then it's matched by an elevator down on the other side, right? Because I need to collect all the mushrooms. I was like, I can't have the same thing for the planks because I'd need a 3 wide space, but I don't because I only need to do 2 here. So all I need to remember is to build back this elevator here. But, I mean, I'm sure we can remember at least that. Can we? Might be a challenge. Right, so this is under 1 height. Okay, so I need to go lower actually. Oh, I'm going to need to remove this entire column. That's fine. It's not that big of a deal. When I built it, I did say, do I need 1 height or 2 heights? We might have to remove this later. I was right. I was absolutely correct. Okay. Then we replace this. Like that. So that's my general mushroom output. Then 2 height. And this. And then it's the same story, right? I'm going to need to have the stuff come out here. So interesting, we don't need to have the output right here. So this belt actually gets removed. That one too, for good measure. And then we need to rebuild this belt. You're going to lurk for a while. Thank you very much for the lurk, I appreciate that. And no worries. I do appreciate the lurkers all the same. You might have noticed that's most of the chat. Although today we did a yapping session like never before. We yapped for more than an hour at the start of the stream. I was very impressed with myself. I didn't know I could do that. Seems this week is the week of yapping. Last stream just did a 4 hours yapping session. She didn't know she could do that either. So, you know, this might officially be the week of yapping. Okay, so let's view it from the other side so we can see the belts. Apparently we can't. There's an elevator in the way, oh no. It's so hard to see in these cramped spaces. I'm really looking forward actually to the things they announce where you're going to be able to shrink the player. So we can get inside these builds and build from the inside. Okay, we'll just have to trust that we did it okay. That's fine. Okay, so this is gonna be like 5 machines worth once we bring... Let's see... Whoa? Hey, why didn't you build? Two blocks here. Yep. Okay. So that's... That belt is officially a full belt of planks. Good. And then we do the same thing on top. So, same thing. We need... How does it go? We are going to need scaffolding here. This is my mushroom belt that's going down. And so... A wooden block. Yep. This one is the wooden logs for these table saws. That's the planks. It's going to collect all 4 of these. And technically the one down below, but we'll see about that later. And that's the mushroom out on. And that's the important one. Because we need to collect that one. We need to collect it and to send it down there. So we should see this... Okay, yeah, I see it from here, well, barely. Maybe if I crouch... Yeah, we see the blue. We see the blue, which means it has connected. Okay, and so that's the mushrooms coming out, going down, going down, going down. All the way and going across. And then this one is the planks going down there. So now we need to have these connected together. This one's pretty easy. That sends the materials to this splitter. Oh, I thought I was crouched down. No, I wasn't. I don't know. Whatever. End of day again? Oh my. Time is flying. I did say we had ambitions for today. I wasn't lying. I don't know if we're going to have time to design anything else today. This is a large build. To be fair, it's kind of like 3 builds in one. That's why it's really ambitious. And that's with having tested most of these. Like I have made a build that kinda looked like this before. Not the advanced fertilizer part. This is my most advanced save in terms of levels. I have 3 different saves. That's my most advanced one. So I have never tested the advanced fertilizer setup itself. But I have tested a 9 wide basic fertilizer build. I have tested 9x9 almost coke powder build. So like most of the parts have been tested. Except that one, I need to assemble everything together, of course. That's the very challenging part. Okay, so here. Blocks, we add 1 block. We could merge the output right here. It would be very easy. But we don't want to do that because it would overwhelm the woodbed, right? Like these 4 are going together with the other ones, so we'd rather have this one merged with the top part of the build. So this is going to need to be an elevator. And over there, we have wooden block. Thank you. And we are bringing stuff up. Oh, wait a minute. No, because that's the output from this one. My bad. Right, so this needs to be scaffolding, though we do need an output right here, right? Where do I go? I think I go from the top. Yep. And then a block, of course. And then we need these 2 belts. Okay, so these 2 go into this filter, and now we need to add... I think we can have the elevator right here, probably? Yeah, that's a free space, and I'd rather have it on the inside than the outside. This is the tall version, yes. So 2... 1 block. And then I want the short version. Go once. And then elevator. Like this. Now putting here. And so that's perfect. We just take from the machine, output, elevator up. Very nice. Okay. I like that. It's kinda symmetrical. It's a mess in the middle, but like we have these 2 divots over here, which is very symmetrical. And I do enjoy that. Alright. Very nice. So 5, and it looks very symmetrical too. Right? You're like, oh, I have a 5 and I have a 5. And so we have 2 wood planks output, 1 here, 1 there. They could technically be reversed. if need be. We'll see. And so we have plenty of space over here. What do we do with that space? Well, first of all, we'll need to... Hang on, brain catching up, processing. We'll need to have the grinders on top, and we'll need to buy the stone for it. So I think really the only thing that's gonna be essential over here is gonna be the purchasing board. I think. I might be proven wrong, but so far that's what I think. So what we can do, I think... how would I organize that? I'm going to want 5 long wooden beams. Because I can't have this length, right? I mean, let's look at the length we can have here. This... I mean, we could do that. We could have a beam this long over here that would fit the grinders on top. Okay, okay. Yeah, let's do that. I like this idea. So... then we go beam. Beam bada boom. I went too high. Redo that. That's better. Poof. Let's go. Okay. Would you look at that? I have grinders behind me, almost as if I had anticipated that I would need them. Weird how these things happen. Oh. We are going to need a support behind. We need an extra beam, don't we? Yeah. I mean, I could have 5 long beam. That would work. It might even look better. Would it hinder anything? I don't think so. Okay, sold. We restart. We had one space of margin. Okay, then we go beam. Enter the chill zone. No, 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 no. You already did that. You little rascal. Oh, I can't do that. Dang it. I miscalculated. So either I have the extra support to have 3 white beams and like I go maybe with like a wooden block here and the beam across, or I can elevate down this belt. I think I'm going to do that actually. So my output is standing on the ground. No, it won't work either. It won't work either. Because I'll still have a block here which is going to be the input of the elevator. Or I could elevate like over here and like go around, but it would look ugly. So that's fine, we can just have blocks. No, that's iron blocks. That's kinda expensive. I'm French, I should be entitled to more cheese. I don't dislike your argument. I have to say. It's sleep time for you. Unless I'm becoming nocturnal, I should keep an eye on the clock too. Well... becoming... Maybe I am already nocturnal. The wild Alastor is a nocturnal species. But yeah, have a great night, Mastani. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being your lovely self. And yeah, I hope to see you next time. So let's phrase it differently. If you wish to be less nocturnal. That's more appropriate, I think. To the situation. Yeah, but I want to finish this build. I did say we'd finish it no matter what. I wasn't lying. I was being serious. Okay, so I think... First of all, one thing that bothers me is these 3 can totally be replaced by a beam. Before I risk building anything on top. That looks better. Then I think we bring the stone up over here. Just one more build. Yeah. That's this game in a nutshell, isn't it? I'm just finishing this build, I swear. No, but you know, I know I have to, like, rework the factory around the build. Otherwise it doesn't make sense, does it? Why is it pointing inside the block? Huh? The heck? No. You're not doing that. Yeah, better? Oh. Though... Okay. Good news and bad news. I like what we did. That's a good news. Bad news, I'm going to need to replace that specific block. Yeah. So... how do we do that? Because I need to bring the money in here, don't I? Also, I might need a support here to go alongside, because I might need this extra tile. Because I'm going to need, so let's see. Show, don't tell. Purchasing portal. Limestone. How do we bring the money to this purchasing portal? Well, the money could go through here, but it has to go around, right? So yeah, in a nutshell, we need to replace like these two blocks and have a beam here. So that's fine, we have a cut paste tool. That's what it exists for. Isn't it? So this becomes a beam, first of all. Very good. I could have it be a wooden beam. If I had, like... little columns in the middle of this planter. I think it looks better like that. I am considering replacing this beam and these beams. Like, this is fine, this is an elevator, I can't replace it. Like, there's literally no reason not to replace these, is there? It doesn't take anything away from anything else. Yeah, I think that looks better. Then these two... wait, this needs to be a stone block and these two need to be scaffolding. Yep. End of day again. Funny how often that happens. Okay, so so that's my input of blocks. And that's my money. Yep. So I just take this. Cut. The level like this, yep. So that's fine. This is connected perfectly. Yep. That works. I really wish actually the beams could have like maybe a different maximum length per material, but like changing the type of beam would just change the material, you know? And then you could adjust the length with the cost per unit of length. It would allow you to make structures like that, where it's like, yeah, I'm just using metal for this, because I want a metal beam over here. Or yeah, I'm using... You know, yeah, sure, like this wooden beam without reinforcement has a maximum length of 3. Fine, but why not let me build a 1 long one? Or a 2 long one? It would be so much better. In terms of allowing me to design stuff that looks good, which is... like 90% of that game is building stuff that looks good. And here it's forcing me to use inconsistent materials because of the design constraints. I'm fine with paying something more expensive than it needs to be, so it looks better. Just so I don't have these ugly looking blocks here. Like, I'd be fine with having that be metal and paying the metal for it. But no. Okay, so here I need to bring money down. It's kind of the final part of this build. Yeah. And then we can have it be collected over here wherever we want to, really. So... like, what could look good here? Hmm? I'm going to have it... I think we fill that in. And we are going to have maybe wooden blocks here, or metal blocks. Can we try metal blocks? How does that look? It doesn't look much better than wooden blocks, to be honest. Slightly cleaner, but I might like the rougher the face. So I basically have to go with wooden logs or stone. I think wooden blocks might look better in this instance. I might actually have the elevator on this level. We'll see. Does it matter? It might, because I have a 4x4 area over here that could be a cannon. So actually I'd want it to be here. Just so I can potentially mesh my builds together easier. Yeah. I think that works better. And so I think over here we're going to go with scaffolding so we can have a 3 wide beam. But this is gonna be stone blocks. And then we have this whole thing. Yeah. Oh, actually, this should be my hopper right here. If I want the possibility to have a cannon right here. So, wooden block. And so I need to change the orientation of that. Well, I mean, that can... Hang on a second. This belt is wrong, is it? Does that mean I need to change this elevator? Probably. Let me check. No, okay, we're fine. It connects to the elevator, so the elevator is the right orientation. I just messed up the belt. Whew, that was a close call. I almost had to reopen that whole section. Okay, and I jumped in the middle. Good job. Right. And then I need a corner one. Perfect. So this can relay money to wherever we need it to. Or not if we don't need it to. But whatever we need is whatever we do. That rhymed. I think we can, just for aesthetics, remove these. That does look better. And that's a complete build. Save for handling like the planks, of course. And the fuel input. Wait a minute. Where's my fuel input in here? Oh gosh. We have lost the fuel input. That's my fuel belt, but where does it end? There's a fuel input somewhere in the middle of this, and I have no idea how to bring the fuel here. Help. Can I stand on this and see a little bit better, maybe the belt? Doesn't help much. But I think there's a belt behind. What about this? Do you see a belt in here, chat? What do I do? Can I, like, access it from the top? Possibly? Maybe. Wait, no, that's an elevator. No, there's no way I can access that, is there? What do I do here? I might have to perform build surgery. I suppose I can cut off this entire part and move it to the side temporarily so we can see what we're doing. Oh my god, that's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. Nightmare fuel. But I don't even know if that's gonna be enough. We'll see, we'll see. Pungent Alastor. Thank you, Flame, thank you, thank you. Alright, my count from Jess's stream has been ported to this bot. But I think that has to be about right. I think actually everybody's Punjong count from when Jess switched to Firebot might have been ported to my stream. Because I am the one who designed the Punjong command for Jess and who designed how to port the count from one bot to the other. So she sent me the Punjong count file to test things, and when I initially set up my stream, I didn't think to create a separate Firebots, how do they call it? Not session profile for streaming, because it wasn't something I was thinking about doing at the time, and I didn't realize that, yeah, I'm going to be using the Purgeon commands, etc. I need to reset this stuff. So I think pretty much everybody's Purgeon count has been ported from me testing the command on my side when I created not the command, but like the utilities to port from one bot to the other on my side when I created the stuff for it. Okay, so right. So this is kind of independent from what's on this side, right? This is much more involved, but this is an independent bit. So we should be able, in theory, to just cut it and be extremely careful not to lose it. Right. And then... Yep, so that's like... I'm a little bit too short to see. So what can we do here? Maybe you can have like lab stands. So we can stand on them. to have a look and maybe I crouch. Right. So that's my belt. That's my fuel belt right here. That doesn't tell me what I can do. But at least it helps a little bit. Like, I have the space available to, like, run this belt. Where am I pointing at? Why do I not... Isn't there normally a pointer? Apparently not. Yeah, no, there is supposed to be a... Where's my interface? Huh? What did I do? Hang on, is there like... Why? Hey, Kabonk. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I did accidentally press Y when I wanted to press cut. That's a good point. That moment where you realize your entire interface is gone. You've done that enough times to learn. Yeah, thank you. Oh my god. I don't need that stress. I already have a belt that's like buried in the middle of there. So, right. We can run a belt like over here. And then maybe elevator down? All the way here? Yeah, I think we should be able to do that, right? Because... Let's see... Let's test it. So this is like... Oh, but like that's this belt. Okay. Yeah, but maybe we can still... Right. So we should have... In theory, yeah, it's this one, right? It's right above this, it's right this tile. So this is this. So we can elevator down the fuel. Or elevator it up if we want. Like we could have this be fuel if we want to. But then we would interfere with that. But like this could be a fuel belt. Huh. We basically need to decide right now where we want the fuel to come from, don't we? I think this might be the better option, honestly. To have it running right here. What would it entail to have it come from the top? Ah, come on. To have it come from the top. So basically we have the same option on the top. But like shifted by one block of height. We could have two options. Like we can put in the elevator, and if we don't end up using it, then we remove it. We can easily remove it, because it's going to poke out from the top. Hey, not bad. I mean, it's a pretty classic day at this point. Yeah, I think we do that. We just have to replace these two by like two separate scaffoldings. Oh, actually, maybe not. Because that's my wood. So we just have to run a scaffolding coming from the top. If we want to do that. But it's not much higher. It's still below ceiling. It's very close to ceiling, but it's still technically below ceiling. Actually, that might be an issue for that cannon. But that's fine, like we can remove the cannon if need be, same problem. We can replace that by whatever we need, honestly. If it needs to be a belt, for example, this can be a money belt that runs outside the top. So yeah, I think I've convinced myself. We do this. Okay. And so this one needs to have the scaffolding. Basically, I should have done the whole length, shouldn't I? Well, I couldn't know at the time. And then we have elevator down from one higher than this one. Just like that. And that can be a coal input. Perfect. You get removed. And then I just need to bring everything back together. Whew, that was a close call. Oh, but I have to choose right now between doing that and bringing it from the bottom. Do I? Yeah, pretty much do. I think top is probably safer. If need be, we remember what we did here. Well, hopefully. And we can change things. I think that's the move. Okay, so we cut this again. Oh my god. This is a monster of a build. It would be much easier, to be fair, if I didn't have all these constraints that I am imposing upon myself. This is totally on me. This is such a large and complicated build. Well, large, it's always gonna be large, right? But it doesn't have to be this compact. And the compactness is a big factor of complexity, of course. So I'm making this a lot more complex than it needs to be with these constraints, and that's absolutely fine. That's the choice I made. I knew I would make it more complex by doing that. But I also find that designing stuff under constraints is often more interesting. It leads to more interesting results than just doing whatever you think is easiest. Like, this looks pretty cool. I think. I hope you agree. I definitely find that this looks extremely cool to look at. Is it the easiest way to do this? Absolutely not. But I love the result. Yeah, this definitely looks cool. Happy with myself on that. Alright, so, plan forward. We move this to the side and we design the fuel part. Cork time! So, we cut this. Why 1 AM warning? Thank you, Flame. That's so much stuff. I'm leaving stuff on the ground. Thankfully, I have everything in my inventory still. So what did I leave on the ground? Probably planks, yeah. Planks, portal sigils. Makes sense. Okay. Love that. So, we need to do cork powder. 9 wide. Cork powder. Let's have a look at it. Cork powder is crafted in the Athanator, which has a 50%... Wait. No, sorry. It's crafted in the grinder from cork. Cork is made in the Athanator, which has a 50% chance of producing cork every cycle, or a 50% chance of producing charcoal every 2 cycles. And it takes charcoal powder. Charcoal can be ground down back into charcoal powder, right? So we have this cycle here, where we're producing charcoal that we grind back down into charcoal powder. But obviously that's not going to supply all the charcoal powder. It's not a self-sustaining reaction. When we grind down these two charcoal per cycle, it's going to get ground down back into 2 charcoal powder, right? So we still need 4 more charcoal powder each cycle. So we need 4 charcoal powder every 3 seconds, right? So we need 4 charcoal every 3 seconds, and you can see that there's kind of a problem here. And a crucible makes 1 charcoal every 4 seconds. So if we have, I think it's 7 crucibles. Or 6.5 possibly. Um, so yeah, let me actually go have a look at the build. We can look at the like per minute value. It's gonna be easier for us to calculate things. Right, so this needs 120 charcoal powder per minute and produces back 20 of it per minute. So it needs a total input of 100 charcoal powder per minute. Right? And these produce 15 per minute. So we need so 2 would be 30, 4 would be 60, 6 would be 90, and 7 would be 105. So we need like 6 2/3 of a crucible plus grinder unit making charcoal powder in the Athanator, and then we need to grind back down the output of this Athanator, etc. So what I've done here for this build is I have 3 Athanators, and each of them take basically 7 inputs. So they all get their stuff, but like that's a bit overkill, to be honest. Well, it's not that it's overkill, but it's... I think we can do better. Right. So let's have a look. Right, so if I have these 3 stone furnaces... You thought Cody wanted me to be sensible. And Cody is saying, shh, Flame, don't tell him the time. Yeah, but like maybe Cody's addicted. Maybe she wants to know the result. Maybe she wants to see the final build, you know? Alastor, Alastor, Alastor. Hey, Loot Goblin Origins. Loot Goblin Origins, Loot Goblin Origins, Loot Goblin Origins. How are you doing? You hear I am the master of fertilizer. The master I don't know, but I'm pretty proud of what we have so far. This is the beginnings of my advanced fertilizer build. We are currently making an advanced fertilizer build. So constraints for this build. You just ran out of fertilizer, basic one. Ooh. So this is my current basic fertilizer setup, right? So I have basically 4 identical builds, except like 2 of them are mirrored compared to the others. So currently that's what we have. We have like charcoal, feeding, the fertilizer setup. 3 plants, like 4 furnaces, 3 for quicklime powder, and 3 crucibles for plant ash, right? And that feeds 4 of these machines. In total, if you include like the consumption of the nurseries, this build produces 45 per minute. So that's what we currently have running. And we want to move to advanced fertilizer. So we are currently designing our advanced fertilizer setup. The main rule for this build is it has to be 9 wide maximum. Reason for that being I have these plants that are on a 9 wide pattern, basically. And I want this thing to match that. So what we have done is, well, basically we have a basic fertilizer setup here, which is 9 wide. We have these 4 assemblers making basic fertilizer. The main difference with the other build is we're tucking like the plants and the assemblers below the furnaces and grinder, right? That's basically what we're doing. You see, hang on, sorry, I fell down. Parkour is not my specialty. There's a reason I don't play parkour games. You see the same setup here with like 9 crucibles with grinders, 3 without grinders for the plant ash, and the 3 stone crushers feeding 3 crucibles each. And so this is basically my basic fertilizer setup if you don't include the fuel pad. Yep. Okay. Next to that, we are feeding this basic fertilizer to 4 other machines that take it and transform it into advanced fertilizer by including gloom fungus. To feed these 4 machines with gloom fungus at the right rate, I need 10 table saws. Better to see it from this side. Cutting down rotten logs, which are going to each produce a mix of gloom fungi and planks. 10 table saws are going to produce 2 full belts of planks, that's 2 per second, plus the exact number of gloom fungi we need. So I need now to consume 2 belts of planks, so I can run my setup. And that's where what we are doing right now comes in. We need to design the fuel part for this. So we are going to take these 2 belts of planks, this one and this one, and feed it into cork powder setup. So we need to design a 9 wide cork powder setup. Right? Right, so that's where we are at right now. So I don't know if that answers any question that you might have had. But yeah, that's what we're doing. So to make this cork powder, we are going to need an Athanator, of course. I think we go on this side. Does it matter? I'm not sure it does. No, actually I think it does, because so this is going to be outputting the charcoal, and this is going to be outputting the coke, I do believe. Does the basic fertilizer fit back into itself, or do I need advanced back one into itself? So in my current setup, it feeds into itself, yes. In the new setup, I am processing everything into advanced fertilizer, so the plants for the basic part use advanced fertilizer because it's more efficient. So yeah. Yeah, so I go through the whole loop before going back to the stage in the advanced that we designed. The assemblers can make how many advanced fertilizer per minute? Let's see. I think it's 15. Yeah, 15 advanced fertilizer per minute. And sage is 36 nutrients. So, like, I'm producing like 60 advanced fertilizer per minute minus like, I don't remember exactly the figures, but like, yeah. You see my point. In terms of basic fertilizer, these consume 5 per minute each. In terms of advanced fertilizer, well, it's gonna be however much nutrients you need to produce the right amount of burned plants. So like this is 1-to-1 plant ash, and I think I need how much do I need? I need 15 per minute, so I need to make 15. Well, I need 60 per minute technically because I have 4 assemblers. So these make 60 sage per minute. And I think 144 is like 12. No, it's 4 sage, I think. So yeah. There is 3 nurseries to feed. You need 3 nurseries to, at least for the basic version. If you feed them with basic fertilizer, you need 3 nurseries. I'm not sure it translates into advanced fertilizer that well. It might be overkill to have 3. I'm not entirely sure. But I think when I looked in the calculator, it did claim I needed 3 as well. So I think it stays the same. Because, let's see, advanced fertilizer... I don't know, because maximum fertility being 144 V per second. But I think it might be limited by the fact that sage has a minimum growth time of 3 seconds per sage. So I think sage might have a limit at 15 per minute. And like maybe like more advanced stuff. Allow, like, for example, the red currant, I don't know. I think it might be that sage is limited like that. You're going now. Don't stay up all night. I will try. Have a great night, Cody. Thank you for being here. Oh yeah, it's very late for you. You're trying to understand the calculator. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure. I suppose we need to test it once we have advanced fertilizer. Yeah, have a great night, Cody. But I think what's happening here is that the herb is probably growing, like, it requires 36V, right? And so the fertilizer having a maximum speed it can be consumed at limits how fast the herb can be produced. But I think I might not be right on that. I think the herb also has a minimum growth time, which is basically the growth time it has when you plant it manually in a seed plot. So like 1 every 3 seconds for sage, 1 every 2 seconds for flax, etc. So I think it just means that the fertilizer is gonna last longer in this case, but isn't necessarily gonna speed up the nursery. I might be wrong on that. Maybe the nursery goes faster with more advanced fertilizer too. We need to test. And so, yeah. If I'm right with that, then it would mean that maybe there are more advanced herbs that just like can be produced faster if you plant them manually, or if you use high tier enough fertilizer. Then basically the plant growth is the minimum of both speeds. That is my assumption at least. Okay, so yeah, Athanato, charcoal comes out here, coke comes out here, and we need like 6.5 technically crucibles. Let's round it up to 7. We have space for 7 crucibles. I can have a self-contained unit with that. So let's just do that, right? And like this is a space I wasn't using before. So it is more efficient than whatever I was doing. I need to grind it down, of course, so this produces charcoal from planks. Grind it down. This is going to consume, so a table saw feeds 2 of these, so this is going to consume 3 table saws and a half. Although technically this only needs to be running half the time. No, 2/3 of the time, sorry. So like we're going to use a third of a table saw, I suppose. But whatever. Round it up. We need 4 table saws for this whole thing. And so then the question is, where do we grind down? Well, I propose we just do it below this, right? There's literally no reason not to. So we can bring this down, grind down the stuff. And then the charcoal can go back up. And the coke can go to the furnaces. And really that's it. Except then we need to fit table saws, which, as we've seen, can be a little bit of a mess. And second thing, we have wood that's going to come in. We want this to be running full time, but in priority we want this to be consuming this wood. So what we want here really is to have a priority input of whatever we bring. So let's work on that. Right, so first of all, the grinders. So what we can have here, I think, is gonna be nice. So it's gonna be under this furnace, what I'm building. We can have 2 grinders for coke, that's gonna be the top ones. And 2 grinders for charcoal, that's gonna be the bottom ones. We feed them, of course, like this. And then this gets re-elevated back to the Athanator, and this gets sent to the furnace. We need more scaffolding. Well, really, I need all three. So this coke comes down here. And then it's going to need to go back up here. Yeah. Wait, no. It can just stay on bed. Yeah. Let me just check that I'm right on the outputs. I think charcoal is the blue one, but I want to be sure. How do I check that? Oops. Do I have charcoal powder in my inventory? Of course not. Let me just grab a few. Five? Yep, let's put a box here. Belts. You are making coke. You want 6 charcoal. And you get burning. Yeah, so that's my charcoal. Perfect. Yep. So this gets fed back. This... I suppose we can run the belt below the furnaces, right? Yep. And so we can have an elevator that just feeds directly the furnace. Which does mean that if we plan to have several of them... Well, first of all, we're going to need to flip that, because we want the Athanator to be fed first. But also, we're going to need the belt to go all the way down. Like this. That's perfectly fine. Okay. So this is my furnace. And basically the rest is just scaffolding. Am I going to need to run anything below? I don't know. Just in case, I think we make them all like that. I don't think it really matters. Except for this spell. Yep. And of course... Yep. And yep. Let's go. Okay. Stone blocks. Interesting, I'm just realizing something. If we're going to elevate stuff here, we're going to want to have the grinder before that. So the grinder should be on top of here. Even if we go down here. Yep, that's better. What? Oh, yes. Yeah. Sorry. Right, so that way, like, this elevator can take from both of these outputs. That's good. And then we do this. For each of them. Yep, that works. Okay, so I have fed the furnaces. I need to feed the charcoal back up. Or the charcoal powder. And I need to take it down, of course. Okay. Then a block. This is the coke. I am out of ropes. Let's go grab some. I am at the end of my ropes. Perfect, and then the only thing that's left is to feed the charcoal powder output from this over here, which we can run on top of this. So that's all good. Very nice. And then we need to grind down everything. So we need 4 not grinders, table saws. And we saw, like, we've made a module that's 3 table saws high, and we know it's the maximum height we can afford, right? So that's basically gonna be the same design. And so that means we have 1 more table saw that needs to go under this. So this is gonna be sitting on top of a table saw. Question is, does this go on the upper part or on the lower part? I think it goes on the upper part because I need 3 table saws. Well, I mean, though for symmetry, let me see, because so we're going to need, let's reselect this whole thing. Technically, this is gonna be like that. Oh. Yeah. Technically, this is gonna be like that. But like whatever, we can shift the stuff over here. We'll figure out something, right? We're not consuming that many logs compared to usual. Like in the past, we've been consuming like 100 logs in a day. We seem to have slowed down. I think like some stuff finished buffering or something. Okay, so let's see here. So one table saw produces 30 planks a minute. So 4 table saws do fit on one belt. That's not the problem. Right? So our main problem here is gonna be... And this is 9 long. So, like, we can't use a 12 beam. We can't use a 5 beam. We're stuck in between. So really the only option to support it is this kind of structure. Supporting it with wide, which is 9 wide as well, so... Either way, we're kinda... in trouble. And we need the table saws to be alongside anyway. Because if I want my table saw to fit whichever way I fit it, like it has to be something like that, right? Like maybe here? Or here? It has to be something like that. All right. So... Which goes higher? Does it matter? Or do I just go level? I mean, I can't really go level. There's one side that's gonna have some extra space. And that might be fine, actually. That might allow me the space to have the purchasing portal. Which is always kind of a struggle in these kind of builds. Maybe we go... I don't know. So what did we do here? Maybe we copy that. Do we go 5 long? If we want to go 9 long, maybe I should go like 3 long, 3 times over here. I think I should. So, like, let's find a place where we can have the structure. Maybe we can have, like... And this can be our structure. Or basic structure. And so we have weight-wise beams. What do you mean it's misplaced? Yes, it is. And then we have lengthwise builds. I forgot. one concern. Might be these. And possible elevators. That might be a concern too. What do I do about it is the question. The $1,000,000 question. I'm thinking probably the endpoint is gonna need to change, but like we'll do it afterwards. I think that's the easiest is to approach it into we'll talk about it later approach. So let's assume we're going to have my table saws over here. And over there is gonna be my furnaces sitting on top, and everything's gonna be fine, right? So I'm going to want like one table saw. Oh, come on. I can't point. One table saw is gonna be here. One table saw is gonna be sitting, I think, yeah, there. Of course, one over here. And then we need another floor with one on top. Which immediately reveals the floor with that structure, right? Like, where do we bring the planks up? And where do we handle the logs? Purchasing. I mean, we could have a purchasing portal over here, possibly. But then that means at this level we need to bring stuff down. Like this is a 5 wide, yeah, so that all fits upstairs. This all fits upstairs. Then I can have whatever I need over here, structure to go up. That's fine. It's only these two blocks where I can't have a structure going up because I can't have beams inside it, but like I don't need these two blocks to go up, do I? Well, maybe for money transferring, but we can figure that out. We can have it go higher if we need to. That's fine. And so really what happens is that this layer has issues with transferring logs between builds. This might need to become a scaffolding block. And this definitely needs to become one because this has issues with transferring the planks up. Other question, how do we priority input the planks inside here? We can possibly manage that on top of this, but it might be ugly. Is there a better way to do it? I wonder. Let me just quickly sketch something. Priority merger? No, merger. Yeah. Right, so we'd have like whatever's on the bottom would have priority. Basically, we need a 4 space at some point. And none of this provides us with a 4 space. Maybe inside here, actually. This scaffolding mess might be an opportunity for that. Yeah. I think it is. Okay. Yeah. So... let's see. We said we need scaffolding, like on this one and on this one. So I think what we are going to do here is we are going to... No, not area select for once. I'm going to select the fit manually. These are okay. I think there is one inside here that I haven't selected. Yep. And I'm going to cut that. What do you mean it's unsupported? Oh yeah, I forgot one. Let's redo that. And this time we can cut and paste it. Perfect. So, this and this need to change. Why am I looking in here? To become like that. You are obviously becoming a belt, and you are obviously becoming a belt. And this needs to become an elevator that brings the logs down from the portal. Do I remove this structure? Yeah, sure. And this brings... What did I just do? The planks up. Alright. Then we move this back. Perfect. Let's see. Scaffolding. Long. Do I go to scaffolding high? Or do I go wood? Wood beam, technically. Yeah, I don't need this one, actually. I could just go wood beam. I like that idea. Yeah. And then we have 5 long. Alright. And of course we need wooden blocks for aesthetic purposes on the side. Yeah, that looks nice. This is going to be elevated up. And this... No, that's not a belt. Perfect. Gets elevated down and up. Great. Why isn't this belt connected? I wonder. You purchase logs. Actually, this might be elevated down, technically. We'll see. If need be, we can adjust this. We absolutely can. Like, this could go... Well, this technically has to go up on this side. But yeah, we can mess around if need be. We will see. Okay, I'm getting distracted here. I'm getting distracted. Let's continue with the structure. This needs to be built upwards. Yeah. No, actually, this needs only to be 1 high. I think that's still fine in terms of height. Might be wrong. If that's the case, we'll improvise. Alright. Good, good. Yeah, this one might need some adjustments to its support structure. Again. How did we do today? Slow day, slow day. Which is absolutely fine. Right, so... I suppose the question here... Well, we want a table saw, to be up there, right? For the logs, the answer is pretty easy. Up. And then we can like adjust the structure as required. Like this. And you can be a belt providing logs to the tables. So far so good. And like this might want to be a block. This is slightly more tricky because technically we kinda want the furnaces to be sitting on top of here. Don't we? So we kinda want... Let's see. Right, so these are gonna be sitting, like this is 5 wide, right? Yeah, that's 5 wide. So this is gonna be sitting on these 2 blocks. And this is gonna be sitting on these 2 blocks. So that's fine. This part would come right up against this. And so I guess the question is, how do we manage the wood input? We're going to need, so let's see, like this is 3 high, so this goes up to here. So then we have 2 blocks of height on top. Well, that's easy then. If that's the case. Isn't it? Am I tripping balls? Is there an issue with that? With any of that? Let me test. We're not going to cut it for once. We're gonna copy paste that. Because we want to paste onto here. Right. So, well, ideally we'd want the output to be right here, so we might want to replace that beam with a scaffolding block here, just because that's what we'd like as an output. Actually, we might want the output to go on top, but yeah, fair enough. You know? We can deal with that. We have plenty of space below. Oh, I might see where my issue is. So I could have... No, actually, where is my issue? I don't see anymore where my issue is. I might, like... I thought I had a problem with the space constraints. It might just turn out that I do not have a problem at all. It just resolved itself auto-magically. Is there any problem with doing that? I don't think so. We can have a wooden block here. Aesthetics, 3 beams here. This is my wood. And I need, so the secondary input of the merger is on top. That's really the only issue with this, with any of this. That's very impractical, but it is what it is. Priority merger takes in priority from the bottom and then secondary from the top. I prefer it to be reversed, honestly. I haven't encountered any case where it was advantageous to have it that way. So this can be my secondary input and this can be my primary input. Alright. So that's my total input or output of wood. Uh-huh. And then I can just go elevator. That's fine. This can be whatever it needs to be. Is there any reason to use one or the other? Not that I see. Actually, is it? No, that doesn't help. Don't think it does, at least. Not really. I might need to have a space between these builds that's just there so I can feed the stuff. That's fine. Right, so like this could be a beam. This can be wooden blocks. It doesn't matter. 2 AM warning. Yeah, thanks for the warning. Yeah, I don't think any of that matters. Like this can be wooden beam on top and a wooden block maybe. We're almost finished with the build, I swear. I swear. In which case, like this could be a stone block. And this could be a wooden beam. So that's an elevator. And this should be fine, I think. And that's basically all my planks, isn't it? The only issue I have here is how do I get the wood in here from my other side of the... So that's why I was umming and ahhing a little bit. I was like, is there a way I can do this differently? I honestly don't know that there is. Possibly. Wait a minute. I might have an idea that would solve my issue. What if I went elevator up to here, and then I went across and I went back up this way, and then, well, it's in the middle, so I could have this underneath here, but then how do I feed it? I don't think I can. No, I don't think I can. So it might not matter what I do. Like this. Maybe could just be like that, or I could elevate, maybe have pillars to have stuff over here. To have like a 3x3 structure. Or actually, can the metal stone stand on top of that? Yeah, you could. That could be a thing. And that one might actually help. Because now I have the space to do things flat. Oh, I might be onto something. I have no planks. I might be out of planks here. And this still fits within the constraints of, like, it fits below the floor, right? Yeah. This fits well within the constraints. Actually, give me a wooden platform. So, first things first. Priority merger. I can use this flavor of priority merger then. And that would let me let's see. So can I have like a belt that goes inside here. That seems to be fine. And this connects to say belt. And I messed up the keys. We redo that, but with hitting the R key instead of the T. Oh, I can do even better here. Because, like, this entire thing gets removed. Remove these. Right. Yeah. Because then I can flip it. So now, like, the blue is on the right side for what I want to do. I don't need that structure. Oops, I went one too far. And then, like, I just need to bring the planks over here. And that's easier. That's a lot easier than whatever we needed to do before. I like this. And so now I can even have, like, a little cannon. And just... Whoop. Something like this that brings money down to the portal, and we can use a cannon to send it to whatever else we need, if we need to. I think that's build complete for this one. And, like, the only question really is how might we bring the wood up? And, well, we can just run it in the center and bring it back down over if need be, and then run it to the next build. Like, each of these builds, this is essentially like 3 table saws and a little bit. Like, and the third we said, I think, of a table saw. So that's gonna be like 100 per minute, right? Yeah, 100 per minute. That's exactly what we did need. Right. So this eats 100 planks per minute, and we're producing 240 that we need to get rid of. So we need 3 times this build to eat the wood. Well, 2 times and a bit. This it's not quite 1 belt worth. Really, that's the only flaw of this build. Okay, not bad. So yeah, we're just going to run the belt down the middle. There can be a second set of belts if needed. And then they come over here. Maybe like we can have a priority splitter that splits over here in priority. Can we? Does that work? And this absolutely fits within a 9x9 area. I kinda want to decorate here a little bit. Oh, and we need to bring the fuel out in the middle. So I wanted to see, like, which one did we have the option to use? I think it was this one. I mean, we would technically have the option to use this, but we'd need to modify some stuff, which is entirely doable. Just to have an elevator and run it down here. How high is it? Let's take a measuring stick. So 5 high, 6 high, or 7 high? And where's my output here? Let me get rid of that. No, X. Thank you. My output is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 high. So it's at this height here. Is it like technically the perfect height, but not quite? I think it might be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. My general output would be at 8 height. I see. Because the furnaces are sitting one higher. Which I could do. Anyway. It's kinda weird because... Oh yeah. Interesting. So we could redo the build surgery here. Just to make sure that we connect it internally in terms of fuel output. I think I kinda want to do that. And we're going to have a slight issue. Well, will we? We could just replace this whole column by blocks to have an elevator that brings a belt out here. Right. Well, this is self-contained build, right? So I think first things first, we should test it. Just to make sure it works. Maybe we should close this. And once we're sure this works, then we can have the blueprint and modify it. Yeah. Modify it so that like we have the insurance that whatever we are doing fits with the rest of the build. Is this used? No, that is not. That's perfect. So I'm going to be stealing that cannon. I'd just like to... I think we'd make a blueprint first. And then like we tuck it to the side, we tuck a copy to the side and we test on the copy while we modify the other one, because it's going to take a while before it backs up and we can be certain that it's like 200% working, right? Okay, so plan of attack here. We take this entire thing. We make a blueprint. Confirm. Save as a blueprint. This is going to be... um, 9x9 cork powder. We confirm. We are going to need more nails and more stone if we want to place this blueprint. That's not extremely hard. More nails. And more stone. Bada bim bada boom. 9x9 board cork powder. Nice. Cancel. What are you talking about? Interesting. This seems like a lie. I forgot to decorate. I might want to replace it. Ooh, Belak, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome in, everybody. Belak raid, Belak raid. How are you doing? Hey! Katie the cat code, Frenchie, Belak, of course. Did I miss somebody? I think I might have. Newbie Cakes. Yeah, I read your message, but I didn't read your name. Welcome in, everybody. How are you doing? Happy Sunday, if it's still Sunday. Or happy Monday, possibly. Hair feels dry. How goes it? It goes great. Thank you for the raid. Still Sunday for me. Perfect. Happy Sunday then. Yeah, welcome in everybody. If you're new here, if you don't know me, I am Alastor, welcome in. I play a lot of factory building games, city building games, colony building games, and also puzzle games. That's the main genres we play on the channel, and today we are playing Alchemy Factory, which is kind of a factory building game, as you can see. By all the machinery that surrounds me, but a very cozy one and very cute one with you're making like tabletop contraptions and stuff like that, and you're running an alchemy shop basically. And so what you're doing with your machines is fabricating the products that we sell to customers, and then they pay, and using the money we purchase stuff that we use to make more products, and at the end of the day we have a box full of the extra money left. So that factory must grow, right? And today we are building an advanced fertilizer setup. Here is most of the setup that I haven't been able to test yet because it lacks an essential component, which is the fuel. And so this thing produces two things. It produces a lot of planks and it produces fertilizer. And the fuel is going to be consuming these planks to make fuel with them. And make fuel for like the entirety of the factory. There is so much going on there. Yeah, we've been like, this is literally the only thing we've been doing today. We've been designing this build for almost 8 hours. So don't worry if this feels slightly overwhelming. It's a lot because we've been doing a lot. But you're coming in right at the perfect time because we have just finished designing the fuel build and we were about to start testing it. So, first things first. Well, if you do need to raid and run, I would perfectly understand. And don't hesitate to do so, but if you have a little bit of time to stay with us at least, first of all, I appreciate it. And second of all, what did you do today? Tell me about your streams. And the people who are here, Belak is a lovely fellow. He is so charismatic. I love watching him and like listening to him talk. And plays generally a lot of... Tell me if I'm wrong, but you love like Souls-like games, don't you? I think that's the genre I've watched you play the most. You were playing Megabonk today. Oh, were you playing with other people? I assume. Right. Oh, also we have ads that are starting in a few minutes. Let me snooze that. Hang on. Here, so we can have a little bit more time together before the ads rudely interrupts. Alright, so yeah, this is my fuel build that we are about to test. So what's happening here is we're going to be purchasing logs with money. These logs go into 4 different table saws that you can see over there. They're going to be cut down into planks. The planks come up here, up these elevators, around the build. They enter into this merger, which is where we are going to inject the planks from the other parts of the build later. But this is self-contained. So like, it can consume planks, but it doesn't have to. It's producing enough planks for itself. These planks go into these crucibles where they are going to be burned down to make charcoal and then ground down into these grinders to make charcoal powder, and I just noticed I forgot an essential part of the build here. Right. Time to fix some stuff. I'm glad you're here. Because you allowed me to notice that I was about to do a silly. Right, let's build some scaffolding and fix that, shall we? So... well, that's a good thing because I wanted to decorate this facade a little bit. And I was kind of about to do that. So like this belt that you see at the bottom is gonna be the output of the whole build. Well, the whole build, the fuel output for this fuel build, right? And so the input for the rest. So I want to be able to access the furnaces manually, so I'm just going to put some scaffolding there in between and then stones on top. So this charcoal powder that we're producing comes out on this belt and goes into this machine, which is called an athanator. This athanator takes charcoal powder and transforms it into a mix of coke and charcoal. Each of these gets sent down these two elevators that you can see behind. They go out of the machine through different outputs. They get sent. The charcoal gets sent into these two grinders here and ground down back into charcoal powder, and then gets sent back up to the athanator to be reused. The coke goes out here on this belt, gets ground down into coke powder, which is the fuel that we are producing in here, and then sent down this belt. And then you see these elevators over here. What they do is they take some part of the coke and fuel it to these furnaces that are burning and allowing all the machines on top to be running. But overall, we are going to be producing more coke powder than we're going to be consuming in this build. So it's going to be a net positive at the end of the day. And then once it has run down all the way over here, we have the output. So we just need to test that. So I just placed a copy of it over here, which is no wrong, obviously. So let me just remove this. Perfect. And we need to take another blueprint of this. Let's see. I'm going to remove the blueprint that we made. So let's delete that one. And we're going to make a new blueprint of this build. And then we're going to modify it while we are testing this, because it's going to take a while to load up all the machines and have everything running. So let's try to do that real quick before the ads start. We might take a quick break, a quick 5-minute break during the ads. That way I can like get some more drinks. Right. It's telling me there's an error, but there's in fact not. So what we need in this build is money. So let's target this by this cannon. We are sending money in here. Money is going down. We are now purchasing logs, hopefully. I did not leave myself enough space to move in between. But you see that the table saws are getting logs. This is getting wood. I think all of them are producing wood. Yes, yes. The wood is getting up here to the crucibles. We are going to let that part of the build back up. Very good. And then we need to jumpstart the furnaces. I should have had a little bit more fuel on me. That's fine. Oh, end of the day. Come on. Yeah, so at the end of each day, you have a summary of what you have sold, or much money you have made, what you purchased. So that's all things that have been automatically purchased by my system, and how much it cost. And you see that I'm making a lot more money than it cost me. Each silver coin is worth 1,000 copper coins. So you see I made like 80,000 copper coins and spent only 40. So I'm good. Right. We're going to need to burn a bit more than that, I think. And let's burn some wood in here. A huge process. Yeah, and this is only one step of the 3 steps of this machine. This machine over there is basically 3 different machines, all conglomerated into one. So that's why it's such a large build. Right, what are we doing here? We need to burn more. Let's go. So the Athanator received its first coke powder, so once it has run down the planks, it's going to start burning this. This one too. I think this one should receive the next one. And you'll see that it's burning much slower, much longer than the planks. Right. Yeah, so you see, like, this is burning much longer than the planks do. So we just need to sustain manually the reaction until we have enough in these machines so it can self-sustain. And so here you see we're producing the charcoal powder, which is what I was previously consuming in the factory. Right. And so this will essentially consume most of its output until all the machines are full. And so the one machine I'm slightly worried about is this one. Although it's not essential that it runs at the start, it is the one receiving less, because this is receiving half of the output, this is receiving a quarter, this is only receiving an eighth. At least until this is backed up. And then once the output belt is backed up, so from now it's going to be receiving the other quarter, because I have no output of the machine. But yeah, it will, although the Athanator is the one consuming the most heat. Ooh, ads are going on. Okay, so let's go and take a quick break of 5 minutes. I'm going to be right back. And, or 4 minutes. Let's go 4 minutes. You know what? 4 minutes break, and we'll be back right after the break. Don't go anywhere. The ads are running, so I'll go make a bit of hot water. See you in a few minutes. And welcome back, everybody. Alright, let me go back to the game. Let's go. So, how is the test going? Well, this is full of coke powder. This is getting full of coke powder. Ooh. And this is almost getting full of coke powder. So, right. So, basically, this is gonna all get full, and once this is all full, well, anything left would be for the output, right? And yeah, like, everything seems to be running perfectly here. This is consuming most of its output. These are running full time, right? Like, one of them should be running 50% of the time, because technically, like, we have 7 crucibles. This needs 6.5 crucibles, technically, to feed the Athanator. No, 6 1/3, I think. So one of them should be running like 1/3 of the time. Which means one of these grinders should be running 1/3 of the time. Do we see any of them stopping ever? Yeah, this one is stopping a little bit. These two are stopping a little bit. Which makes sense, right? Because, like, at this junction they feed half and half. So I suppose, like, the two of them are running like 2/3 of the time. Probably. Okay. So that works. Perfect. So we need to connect this build to this build. In this build we have planks coming out here and coming out here at the top. And we are expecting fuel at the moment in this elevator, but this can be changed. The first thing we're going to do is we want to change this so the fuel is expected here on, like, in this square here, which is, I think, no, wait, at eye level. So here in this square. That's perfect. That's actually even better. So we want our fuel input to be this belt here right in the middle. And so here we would like our fuel output to be right this block here. Second thing that we would like would be, and I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to do that yet, but I'm going to do it, that's for certain, to take this belt and have it go on the top. It's gonna be hard to have this happen here. So I am not entirely sure how that's gonna work. We'll have to see. So first things first, here we're going to need, because you see we have a belt over there. But we do have an opportunity to run the belt through over here. And that's basically where the elevator that you saw at the top ends up at. So we can change that. So let's do this first. I am going to take, like, this entire part of the build, which is independent from this part of the build. It's just touching, basically, and bringing stuff from one side to the other, or back over here, but it's not supporting other parts, so we can disconnect it at this juncture, which is very fortunate, because that's exactly what we need to do right now. Okay, so that's the fuel belt I was talking about. This elevator down. We can take that off. And so it's going over here. And going all the way through the build right here. And the fuel belt that we want is over there. The problem is here. Let me jump on a box real quick to show you. Over here I have something that's happening, right? I have like outputs, another elevator input. This is my mushrooms going down to make the fertilizer. Where I don't have something going on is over here. So what I can do is have a belt come down here. Then we take this off. We're going to be putting an elevator here to bring things back up over here. And then this runs down the length of the build, gives food to the furnaces, etc., and comes out the other way over here. So that's taken care of. Problem is, we need to bring this down here, right? Which means we need an elevator to go down, and like, although there may seem like there is some space, there isn't actually any space over here. So, this is kinda independent. I don't think it supports anything else. Let me test. Oh no, it does. What does it support? How is it supporting that? That seems weird. I think I selected more than I thought I had. Right, yeah, this is an independent slice. Okay. So, I hope you're enjoying the exploded view of the build. This is what in engineering we would call an exploded view. And in this case it might be quite literal. I think we might be able to, like, take this entire slice. Let me try. This is a very epic music for what I'm attempting to do here. Oh no, I have the bug again. It's selecting whatever I'm pointing at. Okay, we good? We good, okay. Dang it. Let's try that again. I'm trying to area select, but I'm failing at it. Why do I keep clicking and then releasing? Yeah, of course. Here we go. So I think if I take this slice off and then I deselect this, I think this is self-contained. Like, I think I didn't select anything below here. Let me try. Where can we place this? Maybe over there. Yeah. That's good. That is great. It gives you an opportunity to see how this build is made. It is basically 3 times this unit stacked on top of itself. And then with a structure to the side that transfers items up and down. And so what this does, if we look over here, is each of these machines is going to output a mixture of fungi and wooden planks. And so over here we have sorters that filter out the fungi from the planks, and then this structure over here sends the fungi down to this, which is then being sent in this elevator over here and to these machines. And then the planks, well, 5 machines completely fill a plank belt, and I need 2 belts. So we have these 4 machines, these 2 and these 2 that join up with... this screen is cutting me off. That's rude. I know we've made a ton of money, that's not a question. With this table saw, and they make a full belt, and then like the 4 on top plus this one make a full belt. So like we have some elevators also running up and down stuff for these to get sorted with the rest. And that's basically it. And so that's why we had one coming out at the bottom over here. And then this structure takes care of spreading logs that are purchased over here. Rotten logs are getting purchased over here, they're getting sent over here to these table saws, and then they're getting sent upwards and like around, etc. to the different table saws. That's basically what happened here. So yeah, what I need here is to bring down by 1 the fuel right here. So that's all I need. I need to connect this belt to something that's gonna be over here. And that's going to replace these 2 scaffoldings. So then I need to take this, paste it back onto here, and then I bring this back, and then I bring this back, and this whole thing will be functional again. Except then I'm going to need to figure out how I bring this belt up there, but like, we'll see. So, first things first, we take this back, we cut it, and then we paste it back. Yep, just like that. Let's go. So that's the top part of the structure restored, except this has been replaced, right? And now if we look over here, we have this belt running all the way... can I crouch? Yeah, so from this elevator that we just placed, all the way over here, stuff gets elevated over here, and then it runs down the build. And so here we take this belt, elevate it down so it runs alongside this. So that's good. So then we take this slice. Cut it. Paste it back. You see in blue is everywhere where it's connecting with machines. And of course it's also connecting on the top. And then we reconnect these two parts together. We're performing build surgery. Yep, that's correct. So one of the main challenges of this build, that's one of the reasons why it looks super complicated. It's not that complicated, I mean it is, but if I like took a lot of space, it wouldn't look that complicated. Essentially, it's like one of these builds from the plants here down to here are connected to like a part of this build, like basically a third of this build, and connected to 10 table saws, and that's basically it. But you see that it's a lot more compact, and that's a constraint I gave myself, to have a very compact build. In particular, I want it to be 9 wide, maximum. And that induces a lot of complexity. That is totally something I did on myself. I didn't have to, but I chose. Okay, we can look at the test system. This is fully backed up, this is fully backed up, and this is fully backed up. And this belt is full. So right now, this is functioning. Like you see, it's not even getting out all of the coke. So very soon it will actually like stop running. Basically. It will just run the little bit it needs to sustain these furnaces, which will be like very little. Nice. So this is functional. This is working very well. Very happy with that. And so here if we like fed, let's see, if we like put a box over here. And I say, hey, let's start feeding planks in this build. You see that this stops running, and now I'm feeding from this box rather than using the table saws. And so that's basically what we're going to be doing with these builds. We're going to be taking the belts that output logs, because here these table saws are going to be cutting rotten logs to be producing mushrooms. We want the mushroom. We need the mushrooms to make advanced fertilizer. But when we do that, we produce planks as a byproduct. So we have to deal with them, and the way we're going to deal with them is by burning them. And so that's what this is going to do, is priority input. So, two questions have to be answered right now. One is, how do I bring this belt over here to be an output? And the second one is gonna be, how do I bring this belt up here? Because right now I have an output on top over there, But I don't have... I may have an idea. Okay, so... we don't have to have this beam. This is optional. It doesn't support the structure, it just supports this slice, and we can support it in other ways. So we could have an elevator that brings out stuff here. Or here. This could be like the output of an elevator. So technically this stone block could be an input. And then if I have this, I could elevate things like maybe out here. From behind. Yeah. That's what we're going to. Okay. So, we're saying we want the output here to be right there. So this gets elevated. That means this goes across on top of that, right? So this is going to go up. And down. And then here in the middle, we can have this, and a little bit. I need a box to sit on. I'm too short. Of that. Good. So, this goes up, goes down. This belt does nothing anymore. So this can get replaced by an elevator output. So, build surgery strikes again. But differently. We are going to cut this. We can like paste it on the side, it doesn't really matter. And what we need is to take this off. And output it here. This means that these two elevators are going to need support. How do I do that? Well, I think we take off like these two stone pillars that don't play a role anymore, first of all. Oh. No. That's not gonna work. I mean, it would work, but it wouldn't be symmetrical. So I'm not going to do the idea that just popped into my head, which was to have a 3-beam here. And then we need 2 blocks. Perfect. And then we take this and paste it back up. I do need... hang on. No? Ah, perfect. Very good. This is such a mess. But hey, it works. It's totally gonna work. I hope. Next step in Build Surgery 101. So we're going to want to remove this entire top part. So we can work on this, I think. This belt here is going to come over here. And so these two blocks, like this needs to be a belt, this needs to be a belt, and then this needs to output something on top. So let's take this entire thing, which we designed separately from the rest, so we know that we can like slice it off and it doesn't break anything on top, right? So that's the furnace part. Very good. So this is just a support structure for this specific belt, right? It is otherwise an empty space. Oh, wait a minute, is it? I think it is. That might not entirely be true. Like, this is. But this is part of the support structure for the table, so... Does it need to? It does. So how do I do that? Hey Elf, how are you doing? Welcome in. How is it going? You're coming in at the right time for surgery. We are currently slicing off builds and slightly tweaking their internals. How is it going? Yeah, so the problem we're currently dealing with is we want to attach like this fuel build that you can see in its entirety over here to this build, right? But there are two things I need to change. I need to take a belt from here and bring it on top of here. Ooh, Pitaka Zero, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. How is it going? How was your stream? What were you playing here? Oh, Green Hell. Wait, isn't that your second raid of the stream? Didn't you raid earlier? Or was it somebody else who raided? Like, I see you've been here earlier. Oh no, wait, you got a shout out earlier saying that you were playing Green Hell because you... Yeah. That's what I remembered, because I was like, yeah, Pitaka Zero, shout out playing Green Hell? That rings a bell. You were here before your stream. Yes. My bad. How was Green Hell? I'm a little bit scatterbrained. We have been designing a build for like almost 9 hours. Is this that potion automation game? Yes, it is. Welcome in Gunsa Shooting. Gunsa Shooting. It's hell. Did you enjoy though? So yeah. Welcome in everybody. Thank you for the raid, first of all. Thank you for being here, everybody. So yeah, this is Alchemy Factory. It's a game where we have an alchemy shop. Well, currently it's midnight, so we don't have much customers. But other than that, customers come over here, they take stuff from the shelves, they come here, they pay, and then they go away, right? Thing is, we need to stock these shelves. How do we do that? Well, we shoot stuff onto the shelves, and where does it come from? We make it. So behind it, we have an entire factory that is making a lot of stuff. So yeah, so for example, here we are taking iron and smelting it into iron ingots, and we are processing it into nails. We make nails. We make steel with it because we have coke powder that we mix with it. We make steel gears also. And then the nails, the steel gears, make it onto the shelves. Over here, we are making soap, so we're growing plants. We are burning some of the plants to make plant ash. With other plants, we are extracting oil from them, and we're mixing the stuff, so we make soap. These soaps are getting sent down over there. I think this might be the soap. Over here we are growing a lot of plants that are being processed up here to make like ropes and to make linen and to make bandages and to make health potions. This kind of things. Time to sleep, have a great stream. Yeah, no problem, Pitaka0. Thank you for raiding again. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being here earlier. And so this is everything we've sold today, and we have purchased materials to do that, and that's everything we purchased today. And so everything we sold earned us like 31 silver, each of which is basically 1,000 copper. So that's like 80,000 copper roughly, and we have spent 25,000 copper, so we made a lot of profit doing that. And so yeah, over here we are making ropes, we are making linen, we are making health potions. With the linen and the health potions, we are making bandages, and all of that is being sold. So you see these catapults here sending the stuff as the customers are buying them. So if we go over there, we'll see the customers coming in and buying stuff, right? So they take from the shelves, come over here, they pay, money goes in here. She's complaining there's no turquoise. That's because I'm not making turquoise yet. And so you see that the money over here is getting on this belt. We have copper coins over here. And then if I open this technical column, these copper coins are being transformed into silver coin. I have a converter. And then I'm sending on this elevator and then onto belts that are onto these shelves. I am sending coins all around the factory, right? So these cannons shoot coins in here. And so whenever this build needs to purchase something, there's a purchasing portal down here. You can see the pink. And so it consumes coins, and through magic, it gets, well, in this case, it gets slugs, right? That is used to feed the table saws and then get transformed into everything. This is making coke powder, which is the same thing as the build that you've seen upstairs, but like the build that you've seen upstairs is a redesign that we just did, basically. So yeah, then money is getting sent up as well. Let's see, let's put the wall back. And so, yeah, that's what's happening over here. So over here I'm making fuel. Over there I am making basic fertilizer that is being used to feed the farms that are above. And so that's the farms you've seen that feed all this stuff. If we go a little bit higher, we are also taking stuff from the farms. You see we have 6 belts of flax coming in, and we are making pulleys. These pulleys are getting mixed with other stuff to make these Jupiters, which are basically alchemical relics. These Jupiters, we can use them to gain XP and basically gain upgrades to our stuff, or we can sell them. So then that's the one that we sold for like 31 silver if you saw tonight. And so yeah, you can see like we're sending stuff across. From time to time you can see money being shot from these cannons. You have the same technical column that we saw down there over here. Yeah, and so this is a build that we just designed and we are testing at the moment, that is making coke powder, which is the same thing that you saw below. Let's Game It Out is going to make the most unhinged shop that's like 80% a gold coin spaghetti monster if he ever plays this. Yeah, probably. Very probably. That seems likely. And so you're coming in the middle of a little bit of build surgery, as I was telling Elf. Because so what you see here is kind of an exploded view of this build over there that you see functioning. I just have taken this part off and put it to the side because I need to change some stuff in it, and so I was trying to figure this out. So this build, most of it, let's say this left part of it, is basically the same as you saw the fertilizer downstairs, but also a lot more compact. I redesigned it significantly to be more compact. A design constraint I imposed onto myself is for this to be 9 wide. Why is that? Because if you go and see my farms over here, my farms are 9 wide. So I want... Basically, I want this to go under these farms. I want one of these under each farm, more or less. And so, yeah. So, like, this first part is basically my basic fertilizer build, but reworked a lot. You can see here better a purchasing portal. This one is purchasing stone to be sent in the stone crusher, and then it's grilled and crushed to make activated limestone. Quicklime, sorry. Quicklime powder, it's called. And this gets mixed with plant ash in here to make my basic fertilizer. But then I am processing it further to make advanced fertilizer. And to do that, I'm mixing it up with gloom fungus. These gloom fungi are rotten logs, basically, that I purchased on here, and that will be sent into these table saws. We have 10 of them, 5 on each side, and these 10 table saws are going to be producing the fungi. But as a byproduct, they're going to be producing planks. These planks, we need to consume somehow. How do we do that? Well, it's not very complicated. We are going to take the planks and send them to these builds. This feeds a little bit more than 2 of these. So we're going to have 3 of them lined out behind. And that's gonna be the entire build that makes... Well, it's going to make advanced fertilizer, and it's going to make coke pod, which is going to fuel the entire factory. And so basically 3 of these builds replaces one of the ones that you've seen downstairs. Like this column is basically, you see these 3 Athanators, and you see that the build that we have upstairs only has 1. So like this is a third of 1 column downstairs. So the factory is consuming more fuel than 3 of these. So that's perfect. I'm basically just going to be replacing the fuel production downstairs by these associated with the advanced fertilizer. Cool, that was a long explanation. Hopefully you're still following. Hopefully I didn't lose all of you. It seems a lot. I don't blame you if it seems like a lot. This is something we've been designing for 9 hours. So it's perfectly normal if it seems like it's a lot to take in. This is basically 3 different builds, right? I have my basic fertilizer build, then I have my fungi build, and then I have my fuel build. So now we need to paste the fuel behind the fungi build. Honestly, that seems very good for 9 hours. Yeah, but still it's like a lot to take in. One thing I kinda want to check. Yeah, that's a concern as well. Okay. I have 2 small concerns here. One I had thought about, and one I just discovered. So, first things first, the one we were dealing with. So, this build expects to be sending me planks over here and to be receiving fuel over here, and it's also going to be sending planks over here. What I would like to have would be to have planks running here in the middle over the top, because what we have designed this to do is that if we feed planks into this yellow arrow, they're going to be taking priority over whatever this build is doing internally. Like, it is entirely capable of running full tilt on its own. We just need to provide it with money, and it's going to be producing fuel at the full rate. So this is an independent build. But if we feed it planks, it's going to be stopping producing these planks, which is all these table saws are for. We have 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if we feed it with basically a belt of planks, a little bit less than a belt. This consumes 100 planks per minute. A belt is 120 in my game. You can change, like you can upgrade belts. You can upgrade their speed here. So currently a belt for me is 120 items per minute. These 4 table saws would produce 120 per minute, but this only wants to consume 100. But like 3 of them would only produce 90, so yeah. But if I feed planks in here, they're going to take priority over the table saw. So that's what we're going to do with the build over there. We have 1 plank belt. This belt right here is going to be full of planks, and this elevator is going to be full of planks. Designing and building multiple entire factories from scratch in a small shop isn't exactly quick or easily comprehensible for most people. Yeah, I mean, so don't be scared. The game starts much slower. I would say like mid-game. And also I'm imposing a lot of constraints upon myself that makes things more complicated. Like, it doesn't have to be this compact. It doesn't have to be this large scale. A lot of my builds are producing like 1 item per second. This police build seems huge. It's because it's huge. It's capable of producing 2 pulleys per second. Like, this half here is producing 1 police per second and is getting entirely consumed by this Jupiter machine. This machine doesn't have to run at its full speed. I wouldn't lose anything from it running slower if I wanted it to. Well, what I would lose would be some of the shopped profit, because I would be selling less Jupiters, but I'm making money already. I don't need to. I was making money before I made this machine, right? So I'm producing stuff much faster than I technically need them to. If we go downstairs, if we look at the box of like extra money I have, like 3,000 silver coins of pocket money that I can do whatever I want with. That's anything that like the factory hasn't been able to consume, you know? So yeah, I could just be making less profit and have a much smaller, much easier to manage factory. So if this seems complicated, it's because I made it more complicated than technically necessary. That's what I'm getting at. And that's fine, that's how I want to play the game, right? But yeah. Don't be scared, it doesn't have to be that complicated, is my point. Right, so what I'm thinking here... So, this needs to be planks. And this block here needs to be the fuel output. There are 2 small issues. One of them actually we can deal with pretty easily. So actually I don't think we have to deal with it. It just means that like we are going to have different builds one after the other, and that's not the end of the world. Like, the first build is going to be slightly different than the other ones. The first issue is that, like, if I'm outputting fuel over here, if I'm outputting coke powder over here, if I wanted identical builds chained one to the other, it would mean I would need to be inputting coke powder right here, right? And this is an elevator, so that would work. But if I keep my build just how it is right now, with this going over here, let's go have a look at the functioning one. So, like, if I have the coke powder, you see that it's running through the build entirely. So if I have this pasted behind whatever's gonna be the first one, then that works, because it's going to be sending its coke powder, like, to the back here, and that works. It's going to be sending it through. So that's not a problem. That's something I thought was a problem for an instant. I was mistaken. The real problem we have to deal with is for the first one, so we need to replace that block with the belt, and that block with the belt, but more importantly, then we need to take the belt that comes in here and have it go out over here, and that's a little bit more complicated. So how do I do that? I think what we can do... Can we? I mean, could we perhaps... No, that wouldn't work. Oh, maybe over here? This would be a mess, but technically could work, I suppose. Right, so I want to send the planks that come out of there into here, right? So what I can do for the first build... Let me climb up so I see what I'm doing. Is bring these planks over there. And then we bring them up here. That can be done, I think. I shouldn't speak too fast, but I think we can do that. So here we are going to need an elevator, of course. That takes them from here and puts them back over here. Because it doesn't have to be on top. We have this belt that comes on top. That's okay. But the rest doesn't have to be on top, technically. So it's going to consume slightly less than a belt, so we're going to need to be sending stuff back up, but like that's easy to do once we are up there. The complicated part is to bring it through. End of the day. Let me take a sip while we watch that. Yeah, so you see, like, I'm producing 1 pulley per second that's available for the shop. And I only sold 23 within the day. Which I don't know exactly how long a day is, but it must be something like 10 minutes, I think. I think we might have just gained XP. A bonus point that we can use to, like, make something better. Let me take a look. Yep. So we can upgrade something. What do we want to upgrade? Maybe fertilizer efficiency? It's a fuel, technically, so it kind of makes everything a little bit better. All the plants are going to be consuming less fertilizer, which is always a nice thing to have. Yeah, so for example here, this might change, but it's not a big deal. We can take whatever's left on this belt. 10 hours and going. I just want to finish this build, basically. That's why it's taking a while. Yeah. Wait, no. Reversed. So I take whatever's like half of it. And then I put it over here. And like this can go on to other builds, right? Hey Worm! Just one more building. Yeah, exactly. How are you doing, Worm? Oh, welcome in to my little factory where we are doing very simple things today. Very simple, I swear. Not overcomplicating at all. No, we never do that, don't we? I would never. Right, so we said that we need the belt to come out of here. And so that's... this block right here that I'm looking at needs to be replaced by a belt. And so I need to take something to replace this block by a belt, take whatever comes here and put it over here. That seems doable. Like I can probably replace these 3 blocks. Well, first of all, I can probably delete this entire thing without any consequence. Yep. So, I can take elevator from over here to over here. So now they're on the same level. Technically, I could even like have it go straight here. Do I have anything internally that requires me to? Not really. So there's only this block that's kind of in the way. And that's really it, I think. Yeah. Let me replace this. Having late been before Eep, so I was still online. You thought you'd make sure I'm not making bad decisions. Well, you know, I'm never making bad decisions, am I? Decisions almost as bad as in Revenge on Gold Diggers. You think my decisions are this bad? Oh my god. I didn't know Elf hated me. Sounds accurate for me. Okay, so we just need to replace this block by a scaffolding block and then we're good. Oh, and this block too. Yeah, this box needs to be scaffolding too. Okay, I think I can do that. Let me try. So, we are going to be shaving off like, we just cut its head off. Just a slight shaving at the neck level. Nothing drastic, really. Just a little bit of a trim. That's an elevator. This... Wait, what's going on down here? Maybe I went too far? No, I don't think I did. I just need... So I'm going to need to grab that. Oh. Why can't I select it? Hello? Why can't I click? Okay. Let's try that again. Oh, this is... I see. That makes things slightly harder. So the problem here is we need to replace that beam with something. The problem being that this beam supports these two beams over here that are going all the way through over there. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, no, that are going all the way through to here that support the machines that are on top. So if I remove this beam, I can show you what gets deleted. This entire thing gets removed. I suppose it isn't that bad. I can rebuild that pretty easily. Yeah, we'll just take the hit and rebuild that. Okay, so this becomes scaffolding. And this becomes scaffolding. This is a belt that is going to come from here and go all the way to this elevator. And it's going to go under this scaffolding over here. And this is gonna be my fuel output. Okay? This needs to become a stone block. Then in keeping with my designs, this becomes a wood block, same as this. And then I have a 5 beam that goes across. Not financially bad, but sleeping bad. Well, I don't know that I always make the best financial decisions, but you know. Gamble your sleep away, Gamba? It will be fine, you can get your sleep back. Sure. Sleep, double or nothing. Sleep is for the weak, isn't it? Who needs sleep in this economy? Okay, and then we just need like the support structure for the top belt over here. So these 2 blocks, a beam that goes on top. Like this. And then the belt itself. And this is going to be what feeds the crucibles over there. Okay. So, I think if we take this... One thing I love about this game is how easy it is. It really gives you the tools to build easily, right? I can cut space stuff. It's not like even in Factorio, like to make blueprints, to well, not to make the blueprints, but to have the bots do the stuff, to be able to cut paste builds, etc. You have to unlock robots, right? You have to make robots. This you can do all the copy paste, cut paste, etc. from the start. You just need to have the materials in your inventory. And that is very good. Okay. I think we're good. I think that's pretty much it. So here we're going to be taking the planks over here. They get sent all the way over there. And then up here. Whoop. Sorry. And then up here. And then they get sent to this priority splitter. Nice. You had one of the Austrian hot chockies that are 100% cocoa. Ooh. Wait, how do you make chocky with 100% cocoa? Like, don't you need water at least? Or was it? Awesome as always, you put some pistachio cream in it. Ooh. Oh, and Worm was at the opera. Ooh. We went to see Fidelio, Beethoven's One and Only, and understood bits of it. Oh, nice. That sounds really nice. I hope you had a great evening. Okay, so let's take this. We are going to cut it and bring it like slightly closer. I think it's just this complaining because it's on top of another one and like it gets upset about it, but it's not really invalid. It's just trying to joke very badly. Okay, so we just check this works. Oh, this doesn't work. Good thing I checked. That's what I want to see. And that's what I want to see. Although that should have worked, but you never know. It was in German, there was a screen that had English subtitles. Well, the bar is 100% cocoa. You make it with an oat milk or water. Oh. The screen could only fit like 12 words, so they did cliff notes on the story. I mean, generally to understand opera, it's better to have like the lyrics written somewhere. Otherwise it can be very difficult to understand what they're saying even. Okay, so that's the wood over here, and I think if we go up top... Yeah. The next part of the wood comes right here, which is exactly at the right height. That's perfect. Okay. So we can paste them together then. I think this is valid. Let's go. We have fuel. Officially. Okay, so that's kind of what I was expecting here. So I think what I do is I take this off. So this runs along, right? This is gonna go to the second build. That's wood. These are planks. That's a full belt of planks that is being produced by this build. And that's like half a belt now. And so here I'm just going to have elevator. Well, really it's like a little bit less than half a belt, but yeah. You get my drift? Like this. One of the constraints I was having was this being less tall than a floor height. So you see the next floor right here, which is going to be right above this. So technically I fit within the constraints, but barely. And this is 9 wide, which is exactly what I needed it to. You still need to learn more, for sure, but you know enough to go, that's not what any of them are saying. Or a summary, yeah, a summary of the story is also pretty good. We all know Pra's less about the story anyway and more about the feels. Yeah, that's true, but like, if you can understand what's happening on the scene, it helps a lot, I feel. Okay, and so then we can just paste 2 standard builds, I think. Well, standard. I just took a blueprint of like what we have running over here. So I'm going to need more materials. So I need nails. I need a lot of planks and I need stones. So stones. How many planks did I say I needed? Like, let's see if this is enough. And nails. Okay. This is a monstrosity. You have only been 2 times to the opera. Yeah, I might have been like 3 or 4 times, but not that many more, to be honest. Okay, so. Does this work? I need more iron. Aha. Perfect. So these, let me, just so we can check. Right. Yeah, so I think this should work. This should connect. We can always remove that to check. But it should work. And that's pretty much the only thing required for what we have so far, at least. I am going to remove this column. Well, what I can do is basically like cut this and be like, hey, peeky peeky. No, it does not work. We do need to take the belt and just like manually reconnect it. Perfect. And so that's my fuel going all the way through. And then we take this back and we put it back up. Very good. And we're going to need to do this a 3rd time, of course. But before that, let's connect the planks. So, the planks. We do this. We take the planks over here, we put an elevator. that brings them down to the priority input. So they take priority over whatever's being built in here. And of course, it means we are going to be having too much, so we need to take half of it and send it along, basically. It's not gonna be quite half, but like the last build takes whatever it needs, really, is what we're getting at. Technically, the last build is gonna be taking priority over the two first ones for getting its input. I think I'm going to have this go down, step down. Just for aesthetics. Yes, I am concerned about aesthetics when we're building a monstrosity. In a few hours, the sun will rise, yes, but by that time, this will be working. You'll see. Because we need more nails, we need more planks, and we need more stone. Oh, surprise. Drop this. And more nails, of course. Alright, nailed it. I say that no. No, it will be, I swear. We need to take this. We need to reconnect. Hang on. I think I messed things up on the top, yes. When I did the surgery, I disconnected that. That is fine. And then I run the planks on top. And I bring them over here. Perfect. And finally, we see these cannons over here. So we're going to take this cannon and have it target like this. We're going to take this cannon and have it... Oh, that's too close. That's unfortunate. Well... I mean, we could be running a money belt. Do I do that? I might. I might just run a money belt along. All the way. Over here. Yeah. So you are becoming... do I have a 3-way splitter? No, I only have a 4-way one. Fair enough. That doesn't matter too much. So... that works. This works, and then we can have this like that. And then you burn along the top. And then you run along the back, and I'm completely out of nails. That's fine. I can have more. And I just need to complete this. Rotate so it's the same. Like that. Okay, so we are taking money from here. We're going to be bringing it here, and then over here, and then a little bit over here, and then I'll be out of planks, so I'll go and take more. This is not planks, this is planks. What's a few more belts when we're building a monstrosity? Hmm? Mess that up. Belt over here. That is perfect. Actually, no, that's not perfect. I'm going to need to be coming over here, I think. But that's fine. This one can come down here. Okay, and then we just need elevators. To carry things along and follow the elevation changes. You bring it down this time. And then you bring it back up. And then you bring it back down. And then you bring it back down. And then you bring it back down. Okay, and then the offshoots, of course, all go down. And I think that's it. So I buy money here for the rotten logs and the stones, and I buy money. I get money. So these are my rotten logs. I get money over here for these logs. No, not these. These, yeah. These logs. Get money over here. No, actually just these. And then get money over here for these logs, and then get money over there for these logs. Yeah, that would work. You know what? I don't like that these two... Well, it's fine. It's fine. Well, I suppose it's time to test it. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready to test a monstrosity? That this thing is gonna be. Well, and thankfully we have a lot of cork powder over here. So we're going to take that. Because we need to jumpstart the build. Like this should now start running again. Yep. Just like that. Are you ready? First we need to bring it money. Of course, as always. First you pay the ransom. That's gonna be a lot of money, by the way. I don't know if that's obvious, but like all of these machines need to fill up. That's gonna be a very expensive build to fuel. So we're going to need a new of these things. Let me grab a little shelf. Then beams, of course. Beams on toast. Another shelf. So yeah, this is the money belt I have been talking about. And so we're going to grab money from there and put it in a cannon. And that's going to be what fuels the build. Oop, my bad. Alright, time to start loading. I'm going to inject a lot of money, I think. Back, maybe... Well, it could take that much. Let's just take like 1800 silver and just inject everything in here. Okay, so this is gonna start in stages. First things first, we're going to let it do its thing. For the first part. It's just gonna be buying stuff. These stones get crushed. That's all fine. This is going to be filling with rotten logs. So you see the rotten logs over here. I should see rotten logs come up here at some point. I am slightly concerned that it is not. Why no? These are going... It might be a timing issue. It might just be a timing issue. Are we getting any rotten logs down here? No, we're not. Why no? Like, you're the one buying rotten logs, aren't you? Yeah. And so why is there no rotten logs coming in here? What is this? Ah, I see what's happening here. I could like manually add it. But yeah, this had been disconnected when we... Oh, is this gonna be a recurring problem? It's gonna be problematic if it is. Yeah, so all of these, and like each rotten log is 2000 copper, right? It's not cheap, it's 2 silver per rotten log. Like they are going to be stacking up everywhere. This got one. I think it should make its way up here. But it's probably just taking its time. Yep, this is getting some. That's good. Over here I see logs in all the machines, I think. Yeah. Let me check on this machine. You have logs. You have logs. You have logs. So these are all getting the materials. I am slightly worried about upstairs. Hopefully we don't have too many bugs to fix. So have a look at the expenses for today. That's gonna be the interesting part. Yeah, we might have just bought 148 silver of rotten logs. Like, usually we consume around 100 logs per day. Like, I don't know, like 10 stone maybe. We consumed like 138 more and like 50 more than we usually do. Today is an expensive day. Oh, I see rotten logs upstairs. Nice. Okay, so this is all fueled. Rotten logs are still being bought. Okay, I think that's the end of the line. So rotten logs are basically full at the moment. Let's go. And all of this is full of wood. That's great. Next step is to start fueling up. We're still buying stuff by the looks of it. Yeah, we're still buying stuff. I just want to let things be full. I just want to let things get full before I do anything. Of course, in here we have nothing because we are waiting on these furnaces to be fueled up to get anything. And in here we have gloom fungi. Okay, that's perfect. Interesting, like this isn't full. This belt isn't full, why is it not? I expected all of the planks to fill up all of the belts, unless Like, this stopped cutting, right? Yeah, this stopped cutting. Why are you not cutting? Maybe the gloom fungus is full? I am slightly worried about that. Like, why is this not moving? It seems to me like it filled its system, but then it's not getting sent down. It has sorted some gloom fungi in here. Aha! This is where it's broken. I was right to be worried. Let me just unload my gloom fungus. I don't need any of these on me. Okay, so now this should be running until this plank belt is full, and then it should stop because, well, it doesn't have anywhere to put its planks. And so, yeah, that's basically what's going on. Okay. But I think at this point we have seen all of them working. All the elements that could work. So, next step. Hang on. Next step is to start fueling up, and when we start fueling up, these are going to start producing coke powder and consuming the planks up top. And while doing that, they're going to be allowing these to produce more mushrooms, right? And once the mushroom belt is full, which is gonna happen at some point, these machines are gonna say, hey, I don't have anywhere to put my mushrooms, and they're going to stop running. But this will continue to fill everything up with fuel. And so another thing we're going to eventually see is we're going to see this roasting limestone. You go sleep, have a good night, worm. Yeah, so these crucibles eventually will start roasting limestone and make activated limestone powder, or whatever it's called. And then the only thing this will be waiting on will be sage to start producing the fertilizer, the basic fertilizer, and then mixing it up with the mushrooms to produce the advanced fertilizer, etc. So let's start fueling, shall we? Give me a little bit of coke powder. The more coke powder I have, the faster we're going to accelerate the startup process. Okay, let's go. So, hang on. This starts running, right? This entire build starts running, and so now it's consuming basically half a belt each time of planks. And so these builds start running. We fill the planks. That's what's going on here. We should see the bottom part running a little bit. Why is it not running? Is this running? Yeah, okay, this one is running. Okay. Alright. How are we doing here? This is full. This is almost full. That's great news. This is empty. Let's help it fill up. Because in order, each of these furnaces is grabbing half of what is left on the belt, right? And then it goes on to these ones. So until most of these are full, this is not gonna get anything. Right, so the second build has started. That's good news. In theory, I should be able to just fill the first stone furnace. And it should eventually... But like it's gonna be very slow at the beginning because it only is going to have one crucible running, right? And at the moment I shouldn't be running any of these, so... Right, so this build is fully running and its sows are stopped. Because it's only being fed by the mushroom part of the build. Which is running not fully. It should be running fully if we had all of these running at full speed. Well, not necessarily all of them, but like a good majority. Okay, so let's help make that happen. Maybe we can starting up this one. This one might need a little bit of a boost for a while. What we can do is still half of this. Like, feed maybe half of it in this one, and half of it in this one. Right. And maybe we can like fill still half of this. Does this get anything? Here, you get half, you get a stack. You get a stack. Right, so all of these are now running. So now this is consuming full tilt, right? So all of these should be producing unless we have filled up with mushrooms, which I suspect is what's happening here. Let's see. This is full. This is full. This is full. Yes. So I suspect the reason why the bottom part isn't running, or barely running, is because everything's backed up with mushrooms. Which means that now this has started. To compensate for the lack of food coming from the build over there. That is great. Next step, we should start seeing limestone chunks getting roasted at some point. I see this furnace running. That is great. But currently it's not doing anything, right? Why is it not doing anything? It's not doing anything because it has no sage to burn. And the sage isn't being burned because it has no... Well, the plants have no fertilizer, right? Okay, second one is starting to get fueled. So we have just seen some stones get into the crucibles. These are starting. So that means we should see any moment a limestone. Let's go, quick lime. quicklime. Right, so little by little, all of this is gonna start running. And we can see here... Yep. I'm going to need something to stand on to show you. But I saw it. I swear I saw it. This is too high. Let's go. Yeah, so we should see the fuel making its way down the belt, right? It is slow, to be fair. Here we go, you see fuel coming. At some point it's going to turn off. Probably at one of the last furnaces. Because this is basically doing a round robin, right? Well, not quite. Because it's going 50-50 at each junction. Hey, so all of them have run. At least a little bit. So like the last one's crushers should start going anytime. Once we have seen them working, we have seen basically every single part of the build run except for one thing, which is the plant circuit. So that's what I'm looking for right now. I'm looking for that to run. Well, I know it's gonna run anyway. Why is this not... Like, this is fueled. So why are they not running these crucibles? I don't get it. Don't you have fuel? Oh? No? Let me just test quickly. Let's put a plank in here. Okay, that's weird. I think it was a graphical glitch. Okay, I think, like, I've seen enough to say that this will run. We see that these are starting to get quicklime powder. So last thing we need is to start producing some sage. So let's do 2 fertilizer in here, 2 fertilizer in here, and 2 fertilizer in here. I see sage. I see plant ash. And so now we should see these start running. So plant ash is going down. We'll see it go back up. Yep, I see it over here. Let's go. So these are running. And we are making basic fertilizers. So now we should start seeing these start running. Hey! And that is advanced fertilizer. Let's go. And so now we should see these start getting advanced fertilizer. Let's go. Oh, it is going faster. So I don't need 3 of them. Interesting. I may only need 1 plant then. Because... like, if these need 15 per minute... in total, the 4 of them need basically 60 per minute, so like 1 plant would be enough. Would it change anything? I don't really think so. Maybe we could shave like 2 of these, but not 4. So I don't think it would change much in terms of the length of the build. Okay, and so now these are running again. Because we have consumed fungi. Hey, hey. And so, yeah, these have all the plant ash they might need. As long as this is getting fuel. Which is starting to get in a decent quantity. And so right now the limiting factor is quicklime powder, probably. Actually, it might be plant ash. Interesting. We still bought 116 rotten logs. That's a lot. After, like, having bought, what? What was it, like 200? Or like 150? So, like, in this build at the moment, we have like 300 rotten logs. Something stupid like that. Which, by the way, is gonna be a problem when we want to move the build. Because I haven't set up any priority input or anything. That might be for V2. Okay, but I think... this is running. The only thing I don't see running, really, is this stone furnace. Why is it not? Like, it should be, shouldn't it? Let me help things back up. Give me coke powder. This is full, this is full. This is full. You are full, 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 and full. So the entire fueling system is now full of fuel. That is very good news. So you get full, get full. So like these two should get like basically half of the fuel production each. So now everything should start running full tilt, right? Yeah, you're running. I think that's fair because I think this is gonna get backed up. Like every one of these need to get backed up. Because this is going to get like twice its share. As long as it's not full, etc. So basically they're only gonna take their share once they're full. So what I need to see is just this number increasing here. Yep. It's slowly increasing. Perfect. Which means that this is not producing full speed, but it's slowly getting there. And same on this side. Yeah. I love when a plan comes together. Can we get a little bit more charcoal? Well, pork. Yeah, we can. And you are almost full. Which means we're almost at the point where basically we're at the point of filling up the belts, and then yeah. One thing that's important is we are going to need to consume the fuel produced by this build. Otherwise the build will stop producing fertilizer. So that's gonna be an important point, is we are going to want to be consuming all the coke powder produced by this build. That's going to be extremely important. But I think we can achieve that. Right. So these are not all running, and this is because this is not all running. But generally we see... I think we've seen all of them running a little bit. I don't know that I've seen this one running, to be honest. It doesn't look like it has, honestly. Can I see your output, sir? And not really. Oh no. How about you? This is even more concerning. Okay. And then it gets fed into here. Oh gosh, I really hope this is working. I have literally no way to inspect that belt. Maybe if I have like a little test stand over here, I can crouch and like see. Yeah, this is the one I'm worried about. Right, this is all getting full. This entire thing should be running. Shouldn't it? Oh, is it output logged? It might be. Okay, so it's not running because I'm not consuming the fertilizer. Very well. Then let's consume the fertilizer. This is gonna be lasting me a long while, I think. But hey, it's worth it for the test. Alright, so... are we running? We are. Okay. I want to see this table saw running. I don't see this table saw running. That is highly concerning. Highly concerning. Why are you not running? Table saw. I don't see these table saws running either. It seems to me like the whole bottom half of the build is basically not running. Actually, as evidenced by this belt, like this is barely running. Why is this not getting any output? The only one that's running in here is this one. Is it planks or is it mushrooms? And how do I solve this issue? I could like remove the table saw so I could see what's behind. Is there any chance that's going to do me any good though? Let's try. I don't think it's gonna help a lot. Oh wait. Is there a belt here? Oh, that might have been it. Has this worked? No, I don't think it has. Unfortunately. Only briefly, and that's just because, like, yeah. What can I do here? I don't see anything inside. This is an internal problem. This is an entirely internal problem. Not to be a mouse to crawl inside, right? Exactly. Okay, so let's think about it. So this is the only one that's running. Why is this the only one that's running? Like this is outputting onto here. Then it's going over there. So it means that like the part that's behind is working, right? What's not working? This is not even merging with that one. So like my problem is in here. Somewhere in here. At the bottom. Yeah, somewhere in here. What's going on? Oh, would you look at that? It's pointing inside. The thing. So that belt is wrong. That belt is wrong. That's extremely concerning, actually. I have so many rotten logs. What do I do with these? I think I can... Hang on. I can do something clever. I can have a box. Outputting over here. Okay, so this should run now. Okay. I see running. Let's go. It seems to be outputting the stuff. That's correct. And this one is running. So no. None of these seem to be working. And neither is this one. So I suspect I have the same exact issue over here. Like one of these belts is not correct, I believe. Can I... So that would be correct. That would be correct. Oh! Is it? No, it's not working. Right. That should be mushrooms, I believe. Oh yeah, that should be my mushroom output. Okay. Is there an elevator that's in the wrong orientation or something? You are sending. And you are sending? I think that's correct. And so maybe it's... what's inside, but no. Where would that be sending? I have the coke powder behind here. God, this is such a mess. Oh no. Oh? No. It's just that I stole the planks from the belt. Yeah, so you see the mushrooms being consumed here, but the big problem is the table saws just don't want to run. Why? Why are you not running? Let's think about this. So you are sending your planks back, then they're going up. So I think it means that they're not being sent down from upstairs. Why are they not? Where are they supposed to be sent down? They're being sent down, I think in front, right? In the part where we did surgery. Okay, so we consumed 23 rotten logs, making fertilizer. I think it's somewhere in here that they're supposed to be sent down, but they're not somehow. Like this one, I think? No, that's a big elevator that goes all the way from the top to the bottom? What are you transporting? You are transporting... I can't see. Mushrooms, okay. Oh god. Okay, so if it's not this one, is it this one? It might be... Like, what are you transporting? And you, what are you transporting up? Right, so this one is transporting up the products from this, right? And that's the one I was looking at too, yes. So this one, I think, is the one that should be transporting planks, but somehow is not. Is that true? Or is it like a cork powder elevator? Let me just consume a bunch and see if we see something moving. No, so that's a cork powder elevator. Okay. So where is that freaking plank elevator? Right, so the cork powder makes it here. Maybe it's on the other side then. Right, because... So, like... Oh, wait. Ah! Yeah, so... That makes sense. When I select this, it selects everything, but... Like, yeah. Just because the other one is stacked on top. So that's my planks elevator. That should be running, but somehow doesn't seem to be. Why are you not running? What happens if I remove this? No, it's going to remove that elevator. How do I do that? You really need to be a mouse to see anything in here. It's all scaffolding, right? Like none of this. Oh wait, no, isn't that mushroom? Isn't that a mushroom elevator? No, because it goes below the mushroom too. But yeah, I think that's the one that's not moving. So is it not moving because... Because it's not receiving anything? Or is it not moving? Right, so this input is over here. Let's see. Can I see anything about its input? I think it is inputting stuff inside. Well, it's supposed to. Like, I see, like, red dots moving in the direction of the elevator. Okay. Can I see... Right, so can I see maybe this one belt to break them all and in darkness bind them? Maybe? It's thinking about it. It's kind of saying that maybe. Oh hey, good morning. Good game? We're trying to fix issues. It's kind of working, but not really. So we have an issue is that like the 3 of the table saws somehow are getting output blocked. For the rotten logs. Like the top part is running perfect. The bottom part, we've managed to fix like 1 of the table saws, but we have 3 table saws that are just not running. These 3 here. I have removed this one temporarily to try to see inside what's going on. And yeah, it would seem like some belts are not connected properly because probably of like copy-paste stuff that kinda broke. And so we're trying to see through the matrix, basically. Like, I think either... Right, so the planks from these table saws are sent down through... let's see. So you have an elevator over here, right? And so you have an elevator over there that's going below. So they're getting taken here and sent down there below the mushroom belt that you see passing here. And so either the top connection of this elevator or the bottom connection of this elevator or this entire elevator, which would be the worst case scenario, doesn't work. And that's a huge problem. Because it breaks 3 of the table saws. So I'm investigating the possibility that maybe... So it's this elevator right here. No, not this one, but like opposite this. Like through... Like you see here the belt that's supposed to be going inside? Yeah, and I think this belt is not connecting to what's behind, and that's what's killing us right now. No idea about the mechanics, but does the game have glass blocks? I don't know. Not that I've discovered yet. Anyway. Like, the problem is more that, like... This is too dense. This is too dense. Could I... If I remove this, does it remove all the stuff? Is it load-bearing? I don't think it is. I'm going to take the risk. Right. And I think the problem here is that this is not connecting here. Let's go. We fixed it, I think. Okay, you're working? And you keep working, I believe. Okay. And you... Let me see. Please tell me you're working. Oh no. You don't seem to be working. Wait, has the entire build stopped working? That might be what's going on here. We are mushroom starred everywhere. Did I break something? Might have broken something. Wait a minute. No, I'm not consuming the fuel, am I? That's what's going on. So this has stopped producing fertilizer because I'm not consuming the fuel. And I mentioned earlier, it is essential that we consume the fuel that comes out of this build. That's a condition for the build to run. There is one condition for the build to run. It's to consume the fuel it's producing. I'm out of metal. Please give me metal. An astral projection mode would be nice. That even fits in the world, right? Okay, so let's consume that fuel. Coke powder for days. Okay, please tell me everything starts running now. Please. I beg of you. Okay, you're running? Why are you not running? Run. You have to run, please. Please. Don't do this to me. Oh my god, why? Why are we not working? Why is this one working but not the other ones? Huh? That makes no sense. Like if this... No, wait, no. This one... No, this one is going up top. My bad. Right. Yeah, none of these are working. Is their belt full? No, their belt is not full by any means of imagination. So we still have an issue. We still have an issue. Went fast and loose. That could have been dramatic. The mushrooms are not connected, are they? I bet that's the case. Okay, are you running now? Please tell me you're running now. For real. Why is the wood going nowhere? The wood isn't going anywhere. So it's not connected. You're still not connected. And I bet it's gonna be at the bottom, isn't it? Remove this table saw. Yeah, I don't care. Go away. Rotten logs. I have a slight concern here. But I think we are fine. What are these? Oh, that's a 3 wide block. Okay, I see. Yeah, so we're fine. Because it's not load bearing on anything. I don't think. It's just decorative. Fingers crossed. Okay, so what's going on here? Why are we not... Oh no. Did this go one too low? I might have gone one too low here. Oh, wait a minute. I might need to see across. Am I gonna be able to see anything from here? Possibly that? It's connecting. Okay, is that correct? I am worried I might have injected wood in the wrong place. No, I do seem to have a lot of wood coming. Wait, no, that's not the right belt that I'm looking at. Is it? No, it's not. It should be coming out over here. But like, this is running now. I don't know where it's going though. And why is this one not running? Oh, this one might be because I removed the filter. So maybe I can reassemble it. Let's see. Okay, we made a lot of money. Good, good, good. Question is, how much did we spend, really? It's not that bad. Okay, so what if... Let me see. So filter... But I barely know her. Okay, so you're running now. Yeah, and that seems to be processing everything. And now, do I see more coming out here? Do we see like a sudden increase or whatever? I think that might be our increase right here. Okay. Oh. This build surgery is stressful, I can tell you. So now I expect to see another increase to a nearly full belt. Because right now I should have 4 out of 5 running. So I'm looking at this, right? It's going to need to take a little while to like have everything run through, etc. to see the change in theory, but we should see a change. Come on. This is like a half belt. But I mean, the table saws are running, to be fair. Did I remove this one? No, I didn't remove this one. So yeah, we have 3 table saws running right now, in theory. Well, let's put in the last one and see what happens, right? Right, I do need to put the filter back. Okay, like this. And then we have a beam. I am physically, like, rubbernecking, basically, to try to see what I'm doing. This is hard. Okay. And then box, logs. Are we... Are we good? This should become a full belt. This should become as full as this belt, basically. That's my expectation here. You're a little concerned about the many little fires in the wooden machine seemingly emitting flames into the air and our structure. That normal here, I suppose? Yeah, it's just particles. It's just the furnaces showing that they're emitting heat. Ah, I may have created a problem here. I am loading from the bottom before I take half. Ah! I fell off. Help. Right? That's what's going on here, isn't it? Let me check. I don't want to do a dumb one. Yeah, that's definitely what's going on here. Right, so here what I need to do... I'm going to take this off. So like this goes onto here. But then I need to put onto this belt basically half. Well, does it matter? It does not. Well, ideally what needs to happen is to only send back the rest. That's what I would prefer for things to happen. Priority splitter. Prioritized on the first output, which will be... like blue, I believe? Because like here, like half of it is being sent. Yeah. Okay, so let's do that. We can do that. I can use a priority splitter. To split like this, so this can get removed. We split like this and we send the rest up. Okay. And then 6. And so we should see a non-full belt go up. And that should be what we need. I think. Wrong direction of my elevator. I take from here and I turn back. That doesn't seem to be what I wanted, does it? I think I misinterpreted the arrows. Okay, that's fine. Priority splitter. But the other one. And then we do this. Ah, that would be better. So like, yeah, most of it is gonna be consumed by this machine. And just what's not consumed is getting sent over there, and that should be enough. Okay. Holy kaboom, I'm still on. Hey Jamon. Alastor's brain neuron really go brah with this game. Yeah. I committed to finishing this build. And I think we have it finally fully working. A posture check and a hydrate and a stretch. Oh, yes. That's gonna be especially good because I've been, like, stretching my neck in all kinds of wrong directions. Because we had an issue, a slight issue. You see very clearly what's happening inside, right? Well, some connections didn't happen for some reason. Inside, when I, like, cut and pasted the build around. And we had to try to, first of all, see which one isn't working. Second of all, fix it. Third of all, without destroying the entire build. Right. And we did make it happen. This, I believe, is build complete. We are producing fuel, and we are producing fertilizer. We seem to be producing, yeah, a good amount of fertilizer. I think we should here see all of these machines running at full speed. I have it on mushrooms, so like get a little bit of mushroom. Maybe this one might be pausing from time to time. Although, actually no, maybe not. This should be fine. We should be seeing all these table saws running full speed, which should be the clear sign that we are consuming everything that we can consume in terms of mushrooms. Yeah, we've been doing mushrooms today. Yep. And we should see, let's see, very few of these table saws actually running. Which is what we expect. Like, these table saws only should be producing if we cut off the fertilizer output. Which we can do. So now that we have seen the entire fertilizer build producing, we can cut this off. And we should start seeing, well, it requires seeing. Thank you. We should start seeing these table saws running. So when I'm saying table saw, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and these three is what I expect to see running in a little bit. So here you see this belt should be emptying. Hang on. I have little like blocks that I use to climb onto the belt every now and then. Yes, so we should see these stop running in a moment. That will happen when these fill up. We can help that. By taking a bunch of fertilizer in our inventory and be like, hey, you're full, you are full, and you are full, and you might be full. Right. Hey, everything's full. Nice. What a surprise. Right, so which means the mushroom belt is gonna fill up. And as soon as the mushroom belt, so you see the mushrooms over there. So like the inventory is being filled with mushrooms. As soon as that's full, then this belt is gonna backlog, and when the belt is full, well, these machines will stop. And these machines will start. That's the expectation here. Let's go on the little watching station and see that happen. Right, mushroom belt is starting to stop. And so the first thing we should see happening is these two back up, and then we are going to see these belts empty, and once these belts are empty, the machines will stop. Oh yeah, Alf, you have a very appropriate emote for this build. This is the mushroom build. Yeah, so these machines are starting to stop, that's perfect. So next we should see, well, first this belt emptying, because that's the first part that stopped. This is still running, so this is still backlogging, but this is starting to stop. Yeah, here we go. So that stops. Very good. And we are stopped officially. And so as soon as these get consumed, these machines all start running. Let's go. Like this is still consuming a little bit of the other one, and here we go. You see the machine start. Alright, we have fully tested the build. This is officially build complete and build tested. This build is working. Hey, Leminari, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? You were playing Alchemy Factory as well. What were you doing? What were you working on? Welcome in, everybody. We just created a monster. I don't even have a viewpoint where we can see the entire build, maybe from up top. Maybe from the next floor. What do I do here? Even to try to show you what we have just created. Not bad. Yeah, you were working on resetting your plants with more compact fertilizer farm. My stuff is really cool, way ahead of you. Yeah, so that's an advanced fertilizer build that we just completed. This took us 11 hours. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, and that's a follower goal reached. Thank you very much, guys. So this is nuts. This took us 11 hours to create. But this is creating advanced fertilizer and coke powder. The advanced fertilizer, we're like sowing logs to get mushrooms, well, rotten logs to get mushrooms for the advanced fertilizer, and that's producing basically 2 belts of wood as a byproduct. And we need to consume that wood. So what we're doing is that we are taking this output and feeding it to these 3 coke powder builds. You see one of them here that we tested independently. That's basically an independent build. And so we have 3 of them here. Because each of these... Hang on, I can't get on this anymore. Each of these wants to consume 100 planks a minute. Each of these can function independently. I have a belt of money on the top here that I'm feeding to them. You're going to be dealing with that soon. Perfect timing then. Yeah, so don't get scared, because I gave myself a few constraints that made things way more difficult than they really need to be. But yeah. So yeah, we are... And this is producing 240 extra planks per minute. So that's too much to be consumed by 2 of these builds. It's basically fully feeding 2 of these builds and 40% of one of these builds. So what I'm doing here is that each of these builds, I can show you this one maybe, that's easier to see. It has 4 table saws. It is capable of running independently. But I have a priority merger here, which means that if I'm putting planks in here, it's going to be consuming these planks before it uses its own table saws. Do I even sleep anymore? Nah. What is sleep even? We're not going to stop in too long because, like, yeah. Ooh, I mean ads. Let's wait for the end of ads, but yeah. We're not going to stop in a very long time. Because it is 6 AM almost my time. And I started at 6 PM. So, yeah. Let me grab... Let me grab the blueprint of this. Yeah. We have reached the goal. We have absolutely reached the goal that I set myself for today. I think I'm going to leave this here. So I want a blueprint of this. And we're going to wait for the end of ads, so I get everybody back to finish talking about this build. Yep, that's a blueprint. Oh gosh. Right, so, advanced fertilizer. This build is scaring me. Oop, I'm in caps lock. I don't even know how much it's producing, probably a lot. Let's see at like the cost of the build. This costs more than 3,000 planks. I don't even know if I can build it in one go. Do I even have enough space in my inventory to hold all of that? Like 1,000... I need more than 6 stacks of nails. I need 4 stacks of stone, 7 stacks of nails. How many stacks is that? Like, planks are like 200 per stack. That's like 16 stacks, 17 stacks of planks. Is there even enough space in my inventory to do that? Yeah, that would be like planks. This is entire planks. Oh my god. This is nuts. This build is nuts. Right, so yeah, everybody should be back from the ads. Yes, so this produces advanced fertilizer, and as a byproduct it produces 240 planks per minute. So that's like 2 full belts. Each of these builds consumes 100 planks per minute to make coke powder, right? And so I have 3 of them, which should consume enough. If they don't get enough planks from this, they don't stop producing coke powder for... they will start producing planks, right? So they are producing all the time at the same rate. The only difference is when advanced fertilizer is producing, it's consuming less logs, basically. That's what this is doing. And yeah, basically that's it. So we just finished testing it and debugging it, which took us a while. And yeah, it's running. Like right now we have it in a mode, so you see that none of the fertilizer machines are moving. So right now we're not consuming any fertilizer. And all of these table saws are running. If I restart consuming fertilizer, I'm proud of this, but also this is scaring me. This build is scary. Then what we should see... Well, first of all, we see these table saws starting, right? Almost immediately. And then what you see, next thing, is these planks on top. That's the planks from the table saws, and the other ones are going to come out here. So that's from like these four plus the one that's behind. And over here is these four on the bottom plus this one. And so here you see two full belts of planks come in. Well, soon to be two full belts. It's just warming up at the moment. Yep, that's nearly full. So many planks, right? 240 per minute. And so when these planks come in, you see these table saws stopping because now I'm consuming everything. So yeah, that's basically what's going on here. And if you are scared by this build, so am I. Don't worry, so am I. It is a scarily powerful build. I think... I might change a slight thing in here. Let's see, I'm going to need box to stand on. So what I would like would be for this build, because this build currently is like doing 50-50, it's consuming 50% and it's sending away 50% to the last build. I want things to happen like this one, where I'm in priority consuming the stuff in this build, and if I'm whatever I'm not consuming, then I'm sending back up top. So let's do that. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to take away, not the elevator, just these two belts. And we're going to have in here, that means I'm going to need to redo the blueprint. But we can do that. Priority splitter. We've seen that the belt that's across the output, well, the input does take priority. Why can't you place this down here? Oh, I can't do that? Oh. Well, that's not great. Okay. But maybe not that. Can I do it any other way then? I have an idea, but it's gonna be a mess. Okay, so we remove that elevator. We need to remove this. For now, let's remove this. So we're going to want to put like the surplus over there, right? And this is my priority input. So what I'm going to want here is a priority splitter that's going to go on top here. And then we send back down. Let me see. It's becoming hard to see what we're doing. Very hard. This is like build surgery at this point. And only level 5, you wonder how later levels are going to be. Some look intense. I haven't looked at the rest. But like, okay, so one point I really want to make is I've been making things hard on myself because one rule I've given myself for this build is it needs to be 9 wide. It doesn't need to be 9 wide. I could have made it larger. And then it would have been a lot easier, right? So yeah, don't be like scared too much by the build. It's a scary build, but like I made it scarier than it needs to be. Is basically my point here. Okay, so that's my secondary output. And so my secondary output can go up like that. Okay. And so this... Well, I suppose this, then we shift that, right? We take the stones. And so the reason I have given myself the objective that it needs to be 9 wide is because that's the width of my farms. And so this is the width of my farms. I could like slap a farm on top of it. Twitch only forces the stream at the 48-hour mark. No, but I think that's the last adjustments I wanted to make. Let's just see if it works. So, like, yeah. Only a little bit is coming out here. And that's like whatever is left. And so over here, we see that we are consuming this entire belt. We are just sending back out a little bit. And so whatever is coming in here is whatever is left from these two builds. So at the moment, because I'm producing both fertilizer and coal, I should have none of these table saws running. Like most of these running. Right, that's exactly what I wanted to see. So I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. And so you see here that this belt is actually full. And then when it comes out on top, this is basically empty. Because all of it is being consumed by the build here. That's great. That's my surplus chest. So let's redo the blueprint before we mess it up. I'm going to delete it. One mistake I made, I think, is that I have too many plants in the build. But I don't think it would change the overall geometry of the build, so I'm okay with that. I really only needed one sage plant, because it's being fed by advanced fertilizer. So I can confirm this and save it as a blueprint, and this is advanced fertilizer. And so yeah, this build is a measly 3,400 planks, 1,200 nails, 400 ropes, 600 metal, 200 steel, and 800 stones. You know, not that much. What happens when you build a blueprint you don't have pocket materials for? It doesn't entirely get built. So... yeah. It builds what it can build, and then it doesn't build the rest. It is possible that we might have to paste it in several steps, this build. But I'm pretty proud of that. As I think I should be. Because this is a huge monster. This is like 3 builds in one. Well, technically like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 builds in one, but like 3 of them are almost identical. Like these 2 are really identical. This one is slightly different. But yeah. Alright, on that note, let's end here. Thank you everybody for being here. Everybody who stayed, everybody who left, went to sleep and came back. Yeah, that's gonna be us for today. Don't go anywhere, we're going to raid somebody.